Hello and welcome to this tutorial, this beginner's tutorial on PHP. So this tutorial assumes that you know nothing about PHP, so it's going to teach you everything you need to know in order to create a website like this. Now you must know HTML at this point. So if you don't know HTML, go to my channel and check out the playlists on HTML. I'll put a link in the description. But if you already know what HTML is and how it works, then you're ready to dive into PHP. So this is the tutorial for you as a complete beginner. So let me show you what we are going to learn to create. So we'll create this website, and what it has is a sign up here and login system. So let's imagine you want to sign up here. Let's sign up as Mary. And let's put an email as mary@email.com, and let's put a password as password, like this. Okay, and then let's sign up. Now that we've signed up, we can log in. So I'll log in as mary@email.com and then put in my password like that, and then hit login. Now I've logged in, and as you can see, I don't have a profile image, but there's delete profile and edit profile. So if I click here, I can edit my profile and browse to add an image. So I want to add an image as Mary and leave everything else and save. So now I have a profile image there, which is awesome. And then I can now type in and add some posts. So let's say I'll create a post and say this is my first post as Mary, and then post. And now you see the post down here. I can also add a post with an image. Then I can browse an image here and then put a post here. Let me choose one of these images. Any of these will do, and then hit post. And as you can see, we have a post with an image. It also shows you the date the post was created, the post content here, and etc, etc. And from there, if I click on the home page, I get to see my posts and posts from other users as well. Okay, then you can also log out. As you can see on the profile, I can also delete my profile if I want to. I can also edit this post. So let me add some more text here, some more text, or even change the image from this to a different image over here. Let me try this image right there and save. As you can see, there's a new image and the text has been updated. I can also delete a post. Let me delete this one without an image and say delete, okay, and it's gone. So this is a fully functional website. I can also delete my profile if I want, no problem. Okay, so deleted. Now I am logged out, and if I try to log in as Mary, I cannot log in anymore. And let's see that, and then password there. Okay, so it says wrong email and password, so I don't have that account anymore. Okay, so this is what we're going to learn to create. So let's begin. All right, so to begin with, we need three things. Okay, so the first thing we need is a server. And then we need, because the reason we need a server is because we need to simulate the environment that normal websites live on, and they live on a server. So that's why we have to convert our local computer into a server. So we need a server, and we need a PHP, we need to install PHP, we need to install a server, and we need to install a database called MySQL. Now, lucky for us, all these things are in one software, and that is XAMPP here. So just search for XAMPP and then get this a link that says apachefriends.org, and you come here and you can download the version for your computer. Now, if you're using a Macintosh, don't download XAMPP, use MAMP instead. It's much better if you're using a Mac. Okay, so once you download this, just install that thing and make sure you open the control panel. Once you are done installing, it will look something like this. Let me open it. Mine is not opening. Okay, there we go. So it will look something like this, and just make sure, regardless how it looks, make sure that Apache, which is the server, so that's the name of our server, is running, and MySQL, which is our database, is also running by clicking the start buttons on both of these. Once you're done with that, we are good to go. So you can use a different kind of server, it doesn't matter, but XAMPP is good. And once you install XAMPP, PHP is automatically installed. You can know if it's installed by opening the command prompt and just typing PHP, enter. So if you see something, if it doesn't say PHP is not recognized, then your PHP is actually running. Okay, great. I don't know why PHP --v, let me use capital V, exit, seems like it got stuck there. Okay, so cmd, let's try PHP capital V. Okay, there we go. So this shows us the version, error in argument 1, no argument for option, okay, whatever. But as long as it brings something that doesn't say PHP not recognized, then we are good to go. It means your PHP is running fine. Okay, and then the last thing we need is MySQL. So since Apache and MySQL, we can see them here, we are good to go. So once you start this, open your browser and type the word localhost. Just like that, localhost as one word. And then if you see a dashboard of any kind, as long as it doesn't say page not found, then it means everything was installed properly. Okay, so in my case, I'm wondering why it's taking so long to load. But at least here it says welcome to XAMPP at the top, so I know it's going to load the XAMPP page. For some reason, it's trying to get things from the internet. I don't know why. Okay, so if you see this or any other page, as long as it's not page not found, then you know things have gone well. Okay, so we've installed everything we need except our text editor. We need somewhere to code what we have, and I use Sublime Text. I like very simple editors. I don't like the bulky ones. So this is why I use Sublime Text. It's simple and it gives me what I need. But you can use any text editor of your choice, including the simple Notepad that comes with Windows, or whatever text editor comes with Mac. No problem, you can use that as well. Okay, good. So now with all this, we are ready to begin coding. So in order to make use of the server that we've installed, we need to put all our projects in a very specific folder. So I'm hoping you didn't change any settings in your XAMPP when installing, because the folder for XAMPP is called htdocs. So inside htdocs here, so mine is inside drive C, XAMPP, htdocs, and beginner. I've created a folder inside htdocs called beginner. You can make a folder, whatever folder name that you want, it doesn't matter, as long as it's inside the htdocs folder. It has to be there because that's where your server is located. Okay, so when you type localhost, the word localhost in your browser, you are accessing the htdocs folder. Okay, that's important because we need PHP to run, and it will only run if you put it inside this folder. Okay, so we create a subfolder in the htdocs folder called PHP beginner. Okay, and then here we create a new file. But before we do that, what we would do is we're going to grab the htdocs inside the htdocs folder and grab the beginner folder and drop it in here. So there's a folder right there. And this is the list of things we're going to begin with, okay, in this tutorial. So we have installed PHP, MySQL, and Apache, so goody there. Now we just need to know why we need PHP. Okay, so let me do a little explanation here using this very advanced software called Paint. for lack of better illustration software. So why do we need PHP? Now, the internet is very simple how it works. So what happens is there's a user on one side of the internet. So that's you on your device here, right? So you're sitting on your PC and you request your facebook.com account. So it goes to the server for Facebook. This is the first Facebook server here. And then you request and say, I want the index page or the home page of Facebook. Now, the way the internet used to work a long time ago is you would get the home page of the website you're requesting, and then that page is saved as HTML. So I must mention that in this, maybe if I haven't mentioned this yet, you need to know some HTML in order to take this course. If you don't, then you cannot, it won't be very beneficial. But you can still take the plunge if you feel like you can still do it. So the page is made in HTML. This is how things used to work a long time ago. And then, so once I make a request and then I get that page back to my device, and the browser will load that HTML page. Simple and straightforward. And then on that page, there will be links to other pages that are on the server itself. And then once I make a request, the server just gets that page I've requested for and sends it back. Very simple and straightforward, nothing to it. But now there's PHP in the mix. So why do we need PHP? Now, the reason we need PHP is because we need some kind of processing in order for websites to recognize their users. So the internet has become a little more complicated now because we need to know who is on the website. Imagine the website Facebook without being able to log in or sign up. That website would not exist at all because it needs to recognize who you are. So it gives you the content that you added there on your own. Even the issue of simply posting something, you cannot do that without a processing software like PHP on the server. So a long time ago, pages were just documents on the server, and when you request them, you got them as they are in HTML format. Nothing changes. So if there are two users here, all of them request the profile page, for example, on this website, they'll see exactly the same information. No sign up, no login. But that has changed, and the way things have changed is like this. Okay, so instead of just requesting a page and getting that result, what happens is this now. You have a device here that requests a page on the server, let's say facebook.com, right? And then you're already logged in at this point, right? Let's imagine that. And then you request the profile page. So this thing has to know who you are, first of all. So it goes, instead of just getting the page from there, it will grab the profile page, but it will recognize that this page requires processing by PHP. So it will send it to the PHP processor instead, okay? So what the PHP processor would do is it will read the page from the top to the bottom and then look for every part that has a blank space that needs PHP processing. And then it will go to a database down here. This database just stores information about the people that are using the website. So the database will be asked, who is this user? What photos do they have? What posts have they made, etc., etc. All that information will be taken back to the page and then added to the page as part of the page. So now the page will contain some data from the database that is very specific to the user that has made the request. So after that, it will be joined to the page to create the final HTML page, which will be sent back to the user. So as far as the user is concerned, they've made a request for an HTML page and they got back an HTML page. Simple and straightforward. However, a lot more happened here because that page was created on the fly. That page doesn't really exist as it is, but the data had to be taken from the database, added to the existing template, and then a final page was created that was sent to the user. So it's no longer that you just make a request and the page is sent back as it is. No. Now, data from the database has to be added and sent back. So everything you do that's dynamic on a website is done through software like PHP. This is why you need PHP. These days, if your website is only for displaying information, then maybe you don't need PHP. But if you want people to sign up, to log in, to post stuff, then you need PHP. Okay, so let's see how we can practically do the things in here and create our own system. Right? Great. So let's begin by creating a file so that we can see how PHP integrates with the page. Now, one thing you should remember is that PHP works on the server of the website, and by the time the page gets back to the user in HTML format, there's no more PHP there. So PHP has no effect on the user's device. It only works on the server to create an HTML page that is sent to the user. Okay? So only works on the server. Keep that in mind. All right, so let's create a new file here. I'm going to say new file, and this file we'll right click. Actually, instead of just creating here, we'll right click, so it's created in this folder. So new file, but we still have to save it. Now, it's always a good idea to save as index or home with your page in there. So let's save index. Now, instead of saying .html, if you do that, PHP will not run on your page. So you have to save it as a .php file. So index.php, and save it in the beginner folder. So save. Now, if in case you're not using Sublime Text, you can save these files directly in the folder. No problem. So here I can see the index pages right here. Now, for the very fact that I've added .php at the end will tell my server that this page requires PHP processing, and so it will be passed through PHP before sending it back to the browser. So in order, if I just type things like this, I just say this is a website. Okay, what I have put in here is HTML. Keep that in mind. So we're going to mix HTML here and PHP. So if I just type something like that, this is HTML. So you can see this by simply going to the folder. So I'm going to right click and open containing folder of this file, which is right here. So index.php, and then I will drag this to my browser. So I just want to add this to one of these pages so that we can see what's going on. So drag it here. Now, if you don't see the page here, you can just say Alt F to bring up the file menu, then open file, and then you can browse for that file right there and load it. So as you can see now, this file has loaded, and in the link here it says file//c XAMPP htdocs beginner index.php. So here it's telling me that this is the file that's open, but at this point our server isn't running. We can prove this by, if I go down here and open some PHP tags like that. So when you do this, you are telling the page or the server that whatever output after this is considered PHP and no longer HTML. Okay, so I'm going to explain what I would type here a bit later. But for now, let's just type it like this, okay, and save. So if we save and go back here and refresh the page, you see that it just shows me whatever I have typed here as it is, because it's considered HTML. And the reason it's like that is because it did not go through the server, even though this file is on my server folder. What I need to do to activate the server is to replace everything up to htdocs here. So from htdocs back here, I should change that to the word localhost and press enter. So localhost is representing the www that resides www.yourwebsite.com. So you type localhost/beginner/index.php. Now, because index.php is looked for by the server by default, you don't actually need to type it at the end. If you just type beginner like this, it will find whatever page in this folder is index and load it. but if you want, you can type it there directly, no problem. So this is what we see. And if you watch closely here, the tags are no longer there. Instead, we see this is a website, and then we see hello world. So down here, we just see that, and then we see this, okay? We don't see the tags, because once it went through the PHP processor, it was told that it recognized that these are just telling it that whatever is here is PHP. And this echo is the word that we use, or a function that we use to tell the PHP processor to just print these words. So it's just printing them. The same way we just type words in HTML, here inside PHP tags, you have to echo something in order for it to be printed like this to the page. So you say echo, and then you put whatever you want to print in quotes like this. They can be single quotes or double quotes, it doesn't matter. Whatever you type in here will be printed to the page. Okay, good. So from here, this is how the echo function does. It just says print this result. Now, if I remove the echo function and I just type this like that, I will not see the hello world like this. So if I go back, you see it disappears. However, if I put back echo, then I will see it this time. If I refresh, there we go. Good. Now there are two ways to print something to the screen. The other one is just print. I think print works like this. I never use it, but you see, it does exactly the same thing. Then there's also print readable like this, print R, but this one requires brackets. So you see, you get an error like this if you don't type something correctly. This is a syntax error, and a syntax error means you didn't type something the way it's supposed to be typed. So I need to put brackets around this like so. And always remember that every line in PHP must be terminated with a semicolon. You should always put a semicolon after every statement you make. So if I now refresh, I get that hello world. So you may be asking, what's the difference between print R, echo, and print? Well, print R is used to print a whole lot more than just text. It can be used to print other objects like arrays, which we'll learn a bit later. So this is more powerful than just echo. So if you're unsure of what you're printing, use print R. If you know it's just some text like this, then use echo. Okay, good. So we are done with echo and print. We've done PHP tags. Now we know what PHP tags are. It's this one, opening and closing tag. So if, for example, I open the PHP and close, it means whatever is in the middle here is considered PHP. But after this, I can still type now some just gibberish, and it will read just fine. You won't see any errors. But if I tried to put any gibberish inside the PHP tags, you see that it's recognized differently, and it's going to give me a syntax error. So it says a fatal error, undefined constant, this. It doesn't know what this is. Simply that's what it's saying, undefined. So yes, so now we know how to use PHP tags. We know the echo and print R functions. Okay, so normally what we do when we want to write PHP, we put PHP tags right at the top there. It's usually a good idea to put PHP right at the top here if the whole page will contain PHP. Don't leave no spaces. And then down here, you don't need to put a closing PHP tag unless you want to type some HTML down here. If you're never going to type HTML down here, then don't put the closing PHP tag because the whole page is PHP. So now let's do echo and say hello world. And then semicolon. Don't forget that semicolon. If I forget it like this, I will get an error. Okay, it's telling me on line 3 there is a problem, and that's line 3, and indeed there's a problem. I've forgotten to terminate that line. Okay, unexpected end of file, that's what it's saying. So there we go. So once I do that, we are back in business. And hello world. So very simple how to start PHP like this. Just 2 lines of code and we have something working. All right, so let's continue. So there's a difference when you're echoing out text instead of numbers. So as you can see here, I put quotes like this, okay? Now the reason it's a good idea to put, or it's required to put these quotes, is because sentences like this can contain spaces, okay? So it has to know that this word and this word are together. They are one thing. So that's why these quotes are required. But if I'm echoing a number, I don't need the quotes. I can put them, but I don't need them. So let's say echo 2 there, and if I come back, there it is. But if I consider this a number, I can just put echo 4 like this. And if I come back, it works just fine. Okay, so also I can do calculations right here. I can say 4 times, and that's the times symbol, times 3, which is 12. So it won't echo that sentence there, it will echo 12, okay? But if I put quotes around this, it will consider this a sentence. So it won't do any calculations here, but just echo it out as it is, as you can see there. So if you want to do an actual calculation, you have to do outside the quotes like this, okay? Very cool. So this is how you do calculations. You can do division like that, okay? Like that, okay? That's the answer. And of course, you can do plus and minus as you wish. There's also the modulus function like this. This is not divide. Divide is slash like this, but this one is modulus. It means when you divide, the remainder is the answer. So if the remainder is 0, the answer will be 0. Here the remainder is 1. So 4 divided by 3 has a remainder of 1. So that's how it works. So if I do that, you will see what the modulus is, and that's 4. Okay, great. So now this brings us to variables. Now variables are areas, memory location. So for example, let's say you want to do a calculation. Let's say I do a calculation here like this, 4 times 12. But I don't want to echo this to the page. I just want to store it in memory for use later. So let's say I get the name of somebody and I want to keep that name for use later down the page, okay? So that is how when I need to store that number in memory. So to store something in the memory, you use the $sign like this. So you say $, let's store 12, right? And then you give the location that you want to save a name. So you can give it any name you want. The reason you give it a name is because when you want to get that value back, you need to know what to call it or what to tell PHP where to get it. So for example here, these are called variables, okay? That's what these are called. So it's a variable. You can name it anything you want. So you can say my var like this is equal to. So we use the equal sign to put something inside a variable like this. So what I'm saying here is that get 12 and put it in here. So what this computer is going to do is create a memory location and call it my var and then store that number 12. So that later down the line here, I can say, oh, remember that number which I called, that thing which I called my var, give it to me now. Then here I can say echo my var like this. Oh, no spaces. Like that, okay? So my var contains 12. So here when I say echo my var, it's going to echo the value, whatever is contained inside, which is 12 in this case. So if I refresh, you will see that there. Okay, good. Now we can do a calculation as well. 12 times 3. So if I save 12 times 3, it's going to save the answer of that in here. And that's what it's going to echo, as you can see there. Okay, good. Now, if you have, you can also save sentences here. Okay, this is a sentence. Okay, so if I save that and echo it, I'll get this is a sentence. Now, if I had 2 sentences, right? There's my var, and then I say, okay, save another my var 2 and say this is another sentence. Okay, semicolon, never forget that. So now if I echo my var2 like this and refresh, you see this is another sentence. But if I want to join these two, I use the dot. So I can say echo my var dot and then say my var2. So what this dot means is join this to that. So this is for sentences or strings like this. These are called strings of information. So it's just going to echo this and then combine that at the end, because that's what I've told it. My var concatenate. This is called a concatenation, my var2. So if I come back and refresh, this is what I get. So this is a sentence, this is another sentence. Great. So you can join more than just these. I can also join some other strings in between. Maybe I put a full colon here, and then I put a dot because I need to join. I'm joining this to that. Okay, like this. And then if I show it, this is what I get. All right, so that's just how you join things. Great. And BODMAS here is followed. So if you're going to do 2 times 6, and then you say plus, and then you put something 45 plus 4, something like this, it's going to follow the BODMAS thing, and it's going to evaluate this before it adds to that, and so on. So all that is followed in here as well. But computers will do all the calculations you want for you, so you just need to tell it what to do. This is what we are doing here. Alrighty then. Now, one thing to remember is that variable names are case sensitive, right? So if, for example, here I put my var, but I put a capital letter here, and then try to echo my var here, it won't know what this one is, because this one and this one are not the same. This one has a capital letter, this one does not. So here I will get a definite error. So it says undefined variable. So when it says undefined variable, it's just saying this variable is not known. It means you didn't tell it what this variable is, so it's undefined. So it will tell you exactly on what line number this problem is at. It tells you the file name and what line number. So we just need to go to the file, which is this one, index.php, and line number 7, and it told us that it doesn't know what this one is. So that's because we spelled it different here. So we must put a capital letter here as well to match the one we declared, like that. So keep that in mind, case sensitive. So which means you can declare 2 variables, one that has a capital letter and one that has a small letter, and they'll contain very different things. And also, if I get this my var here, okay, like this, I set it to something, and then I come down here and set the same my var to another value, let's say 45. So now my var no longer contains this, it now contains this. It's variable, so whenever you change something, you can easily change what is contained in there and give it a different value. So if when I echo down here, it's going to show 45 ... and then the other sentence. So let's see that in action. Okay, as you can see there. So just keep in mind that things run from top to bottom. So what you write at the top happens first, and then it goes down the page. All right, so if you declare this like this, and then you declare it like that again, this is removed and replaced with that. Okay, but remember that this is a concatenation, this dot, right? So there's a shortcut you can do and just put a dot there. So here now I'm saying my var concatenate and add 45 there to the end. But this is a little bit advanced, but just to show you that it can be done. So we say this sentence 45 and then the other one. Alrighty then. So also variable names cannot start with numbers. So if I put a number like this at the beginning of the variable name, it's going to throw an error. So let me try that. And you say parse error, it says syntax error, which means you haven't typed something properly. Unexpected integer 3. So it's telling me that 3 is unexpected here. You can start the name with an underscore. This is fine, like this. Okay, it will tolerate that. Just don't start it with a number, or you can't put spaces either in variable names, because once you put a space, this becomes a different thing altogether. This is one thing and this is another. So no spaces. If you want to make sentences or words, put underscore like this. You can't put hyphen like that either in a variable name. You have to use an underscore like that. Okay, so keep those in mind. You can start them with a capital letter, no problem, small letter, underscore, or what else can you start this with? Don't put crazy symbols there. Just try to stick to letters and underscores. All right, now with all this information, you can see that a variable stores one item at a time. If we change that, we replace it. But there's a different kind of variable that stores more than one item, and this one is called an array. So we are going to talk about arrays. And by the way, if you type 2 slashes like this, it means this line here is a comment. So when the program is running, this line will be ignored like this because it's got double slashes there at the beginning, which says this is just a comment for me to remind me what this code is doing down here. Okay, so if I run this, I won't get any errors because that's a comment. Now, if you want to put a longer comment, you would do this and type some stuff. All this is commented now. So as you can see, everything now has become a comment because of this. If I want to end the comment, I'll do that. Then this is no longer commented, only what's in between here is commented. Okay, so that's how you put a single line comment or more. Now I can also, right at the end of the statement, I can put a comment here and say, hello. That's a comment as well. Okay, I can also put a comment in between the sentence by using this notation. However, I don't recommend you do this. Comment and then close it right there like this, and this will continue just fine. So that's how you put comments in there if you want to remember something the next time you come back. All right, so here I want us to talk about arrays. So the same way we save information here, okay, if we want to save more than one type of information or a lot more, we use an array. So to create an array, you just give it a name just like any other variable. Maybe let's call it my array, and we'll say is equal to, and then to create an array, we just put square brackets like this. So this one is an array, but it's an empty array. If now down here we try to echo this my array like this, we will get an error. So let's refresh. It says array to string conversion. What this means is that you're trying to convert an array into a string, like a line of text. So what we do, we use print r. This is where print readable is required. The difference between echo and print readable. So in this case, print readable will print the array, and it will tell you this is an array you've printed and it contains nothing, because as you can see, it's empty in those brackets. So let's add some stuff. To add things to the array, there are several ways you can do it. First of all, you put, let's say you want to add numbers. You say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you put commas in between to add items. So this is item number 1, number 2, number 3, etc. So I've added 5 items to this array. So I'm just not saving one number into this location, I'm saving 5 different numbers. Okay, so let's come back here and refresh to see. And as you can see, this is how it looks like. So it's an array and it contains items. This is the first item up to here, the second item, the third item, fourth and fifth. So what you see here is called a key, and this is called the value. So the keys are important because we need to be able to get one item from an array if we want. If let's say I want to get number 3, which is on the second location. Now keep in mind that these things start from 0. So these are like, what do you call this? imagine an array as being a bookshelf, not a bookshelf, a cabinet where you have drawers. There's drawer number 1, number 2, number 3, and each one contains different items in there. So this is the first drawer, the second drawer, and so on. But you need a way to tell it that I want to get drawer number 3. I want the item in drawer number 3. So this is drawer number 3 here, and that's the item. This is drawer number 4. But you have to remember that the first drawer is drawer number 0 and not number 1, right? So this is number 0, and then number 1, and then drawer number 2, etc. Okay, so if I want, right now I said print R the whole array, but I can tell it to print what's the first item, which is item number 0. So to do that, I just put square brackets at the end of the array name and put 0 in there. So I'm telling it to print what's in the first item here, which is item 0. And in item 0 we have 1, which is true. We have 1 there. What's in item 4? So item 4 is this one. So there's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it can be a bit confusing at first, but just keep in mind that the first one is the item. Now imagine if I try to tell it to get item number 10, which does not exist. It will give me an error and say undefined array key 10. So it's telling me that array key number 10 does not exist. Okay, good. Same thing as -1 does not exist either. Now, you're not limited to just putting numbers in here. You can also put words in here and say this, or I can just say sentence like that. Oops. Okay, so my 1 sentence 3 4 5. Let's try to get this sentence, which is number 1, because 0 and 1. Now we're going to get an error, of course, here, and it's a uncaught error, undefined constant sentence. So remember that whenever you're typing sentence, as long as what you're putting there is not a number, you have to put it in quotes. If it's not a variable and it's not a number, you have to put it in quotes like this. So let's come back here and refresh, and you see sentence there. If I just tell it to show me the entire array, you will see that it's like this. On number 0, there's a number 1. Item number 1 contains the word sentence, and then etc, etc. So you can mix these guys up. Now, what if you don't like the fact that it's giving you these 0, 1 as keys, right? Because right now, if I want the second item, I'll do 1 like that, right? And then I'll get sentence. But if you don't like these keys, you can make your own keys. So like this one, I can tell it that this is a key. To do that, you put two things like this. So this is the key here, that's the key, and then you put an arrow, and then that's the value. So even here you can put any word you want as the key, and then you put your value, and then you can let it decide with the rest of them. So you can combine this as much as you want. So here, in order to access this value 1, I won't do this, no, I'm going to say key like this, because that's the key. If I want to get the word sentence, I will use word, because that's the key, and then I will use word there, like so. So if I say I want what's on item word, so we're no longer using numbers here. So that's how I'll get the word sentence again. But if I try to tell it to show me the entire array like this, this is what I see. You see the key here is key, the key here is word, the key here is 0, 1, 2, as you can see. So arrays are quite versatile, and there's a lot of functions that do a lot of things to arrays. So arrays are pretty cool. We'll see what we can do with them in an actual project. Now let's talk about Booleans. Okay, now Boolean is just let me call this one my var, like this. Okay, so a Boolean is either a value of true or false. Simple and straightforward. This is a Boolean. So a Boolean can only hold two values, true or false. That's all. So if I say my var is equal to false, then my var is false. If I now try to print it out, you will see that it will tell me, oh, false, you can't see false. Now there's another print thingy here that does a better job than print R because it gives you extra information. It depends what you really want to see. Print R is cleaner, but there's also another one called var dump, like this. And this one shows you even the type of data that you are viewing. So here it's telling me this is a Boolean and its value is false. So if I bring here and change this to true, then it will show me this is a Boolean and its value is true. Now, if I put, so true is binary, so it's either true or false, 1 or 0. So if I put 0 here, let's see if we echo. So this is an integer. Now, keep in mind that, so because it's a number, numbers are called integers here. And if they have a decimal point, they are called floats. So not very important to remember, but something you can remember, I guess. So if something is 1, 1 is the same as true. 0 is the same as false. So it's good to remember that. So if you're doing a calculation and the answer is a 0, it's as good as a false. If the answer is anything but a 0, then it's as good as true. So even if the answer is the word thus or this, like that, oops, this value is true because it's not 0. So the only time a value is 0, it is false, is when it is either a 0 or a no. Now, no is like an empty value. So whenever you create a variable and you don't assign a value to it, it's as good as you've given it a value of no. So here, if I just do this, you see, I haven't assigned any value to this thing. I've just called its name, and then I try to give it to show what's in there. It should be a no value. Oh, actually, the way PHP works is that if you don't assign a value, it just declares it as unknown. But if you create an empty variable, then it contains a value of no. Just no means there's nothing there, emptiness. That's what it means. It's not a 0, it's not a true, it's not a false. It's just emptiness. But it's regarded as false as well, just like 0 is regarded as false. So we will see how these things work a little bit later. So this brings me to the logical statements where true or false is actually used. Okay, so imagine in your code, here we're going to go to logical statements. The reason these statements are called logical is because logic is either true or false. That's how logic works. You can only have two values, results of a logical statement, and that's true or false. This is where Booleans shine. So imagine you have a program where you ask your user to guess an answer, right? Let's say you ask the user, what's 2 times 2? And then they give a wrong answer. So they can either give 2 answers, the wrong one or the correct one. Okay, so you don't know what the user will give. Now imagine you want the program to do 2 different things depending whether the answer is correct or wrong. You want the program to say, oh, you are correct, or if the answer is wrong, you want the program to tell the user you are wrong, or either you are correct or you are wrong. So in this case, it needs to make a decision, right? So the computer needs to make a decision depending on the input. So if the user is correct, tell him he's correct. If he is wrong, tell him he's wrong. So if is a decision maker. When you say, if this, then do this. If that, then do that. So now the program is making decisions. And to create such a situation, you just use the if statement conveniently. So the if statement goes something like this. If, and then you put brackets, and then you put curly brackets like so. Okay, so here you put a condition like that, condition. So if a condition is true. So this condition is anything that results in either true or false. So for example, if you say something like if 2 times 2 is equal to, now equal to 4, like this will evaluate to true because indeed 4 is equal to 2 times 2. So this result will be true. And if it's true, whatever is in here will run. If this was false, this whole part will be ignored. So you can put a whole lot of code down here and put all kinds of things to run, but they will all be ignored if the condition here returns false. Okay, now in order to say is equal to, because remember this single equal sign is used to assign values to variables, like a is equal to 2. So if I do this, I'm telling it that I want 2 to go inside a. However, if I put 2 equal signs, I'm asking the program, is a equal to 2, right? This changes things. So when it's a single, you're assigning. When there are 2 equal signs, you're asking the questions, are they equal? So in this case, we will have to put 2 equal signs here. So we are asking, is 2 times 2 equal to 4? And if it's true, let's echo something, yeah? So I'm just going to remove this. Let's echo yes there, like that, okay? So let's come back here and let's refresh, and we see, yes, it's true. But is 2 times 5 equal to 4? This will return false. So we will not see that yes at all. Now, if you wanted to do something else, so I'll use the tab key to move this inward so that you can see that it's inside here. So you can also put an else statement here and do this. This will run if this was false. So it's saying, if it's true, run this. Or else say no, like that. Okay, good. So if I now refresh, you see, no, the answer is false. But if I say 2 times 5 is 10, like that, that is correct and that's true, the answer will be yes. So this is how computers make logical decisions. You can also use the not equal to by putting an exclamation point like that. So this becomes 2 times 5 is not equal to 10, but it is equal to 10. So this statement is false, right? Because 2 times 5 is indeed 10, but it's asking if it's not equal to 10. So that results in a no. Okay, if I put a wrong answer here, this evaluates to true because indeed 2 times 5 is not equal to that number. So let's refresh and you see a yes. So this is how logical operations work. Now there's plenty of these that we can use. We'll see them in an actual project. Now if statements are not only like this, you can put many else if statements, right? So for example, here I can say 1 and then put 2, just so I can see which one of these worked. And so I can put something else here. I can say else. Instead of just saying else, I can only put one else, but I can also put else if like this and keep it going. Okay, so I can put another condition here. Let me put this one. So this means it will check if this one is correct. If it is, it will echo this and ignore the rest. If that was false, it will try this one. If this is true, it will run whatever is in here, but if it's not, it will just try the else and call it a day. So let me put 3 here and let me echo true over there like that. Don't forget the semicolons. So this one is true, of course. So let me try with equal signs because they make more sense. So is 2 times 5 equal to 13? No, it is not. But 2 times 5 is equal to 10? Yes. So 2 will be our result here, as you can see. And then if we mess with that one, it will go to the else because the other 2 are false. Okay, so I hope you get that one. There's also another way to change, to to check if things are true by using the switch statement, but we will not look at this for now because it's not relevant to our project. Now, if you don't know anything or you find something I have said here, you don't understand it very well, you can go to a website called php.net and then just in the search type the function that you want to see what it does. Maybe use if statement, type echo, etc, etc. So php.net is your best friend, or you can simply just Google something you don't understand and just put PHP in there. For example, you say PHP if statement, and then you search for this in Google, you get websites that will explain what that means. Just put that PHP there. Okay, that's it for logical statements for now. There's a lot more we can do, but we'll see that in our project. And now let's talk about functions. Okay, so a function is a block of code that is separate from the entire program. So like I told you, what the PHP does is it reads a page from the beginning down to the end. So imagine here I just say something like echo hello there, okay, and then I echo down here and say world. So these will appear on the same line without space. So if we can watch this, it's right there, hello world as one word. Unless we put spaces maybe here or there, then we can see the two spaces clearly, or that one space there. So these things will run as the program is running. So this will run first and then this one will run later. Now I can create a function if I want a specific block of code or one line to not run immediately the page loads. So here, let's see how functions are made. So a function is like this. You type the word function and then you must give it a name. Okay, a name must have a function depending on the type of function it is. There are functions that don't have names, but in this case, we'll talk about the ones with names. So I'll call this one my func. You can call the function anything, but after the name, you must put two brackets like this, and then put those curly braces like that. And so if I move my code into here like this, so we just tab this for just so we can see clearly. So I use the tab key here, but white space is ignored. So even if I do this, it doesn't make any difference at all. Okay, either way, even if I do this, it will still work just fine. It's just that I won't be able to read this properly the next time I come around. This is why, just for your sake, we do this, so you can easily read what's going on. All right, so this is a function, and what this does right here, it excludes this code from the rest of the program. So you can see that if I run this thing, this will not work. It won't echo this, but it will echo that. So let's see that. We will just get the word world. So this has been excluded from the code as a separate piece of code. So this one is in a different scope. This is what is called. This outside part here, outside the function, is called the global scope. This one is a local scope. So it's local to this function. So whatever is in here is in a different environment to what's outside here. So keep that in mind. So in order for me to run this, I have to call the function at some point. So I can call this function after this point here. And I can just call it by calling its name like that. Don't forget the brackets here. Okay. So that's how it knows you're calling a function. So you just say my func. Keep in mind that we're not putting a $sign there. This is not a variable. We are not doing that here either. We just put the brackets like so. So what is happening is that the thing will run, get to this that says function, ignore it, and then run this, but then it will see, oh, now the guy is calling the function. Then it will run whatever is inside the function. And in here, we're just echoing the word hello. So which means this will echo first, and then this will echo last. So let's put a space there, just so we see the two words. So if I now refresh, you will notice that now world comes first and hello comes second, right? That's because we run this first and then we call the function. So this one is called a function call. We are calling the function and telling it, hey, it's your time to run. Now the advantage of a function is that, you see, I've written this code only once, right? But I can repeatedly call this function as many times as I want, and it will still run this code here. So this is efficient, as you can see now. Hello, hello, hello. So I'm repeating. You can imagine, because in a function you can put a lot of lines in here. You can put many things here, many lines, whatever you want here. I don't know why it's putting all this, but I'm just trying to illustrate that you can put a lot of lines of code here, and instead of just repeating them, because normally you would need to just, if you want this whole block to run again, maybe 10 times, I would have to repeat that block of code 10 times. But in this case, I'll just make a function and then just call that function 10 times. Then the code will run 10 times without actually typing it 10 times. So it's efficient to use functions for things that you're going to repeatedly use. So this is what functions do. Now, a second thing to keep in mind is the issue of scope that I talked about here. So let's imagine, for example, here we have a variable at the top here. So I'll call it var and say var is equal to 12. Okay, so var is 12, right? Now inside this function, I won't echo anything. I'll just say var is equal to 30. And then down here, I'll echo var. So normally what you'd think would happen here is that var is equal to 12, right? Good. So var is 12. But when we get here, var is equal to 30. But when we get here, we try to echo what's inside var, we will just see 12. Because remember, the function has not run. It doesn't run like this unless you call it. Okay, so here we'll see 12 as the result, and there it is. But let's call the function anyway. So we're going to call the function before we echo this, right? We'll call it here. So you think that because we've called the function and the function updates var to 30, so you expect to echo 30 here, right? Because as you can see, var is 12, then we call the function, we make it 30, and then we echo it, we should get 30. But surprise, surprise, we get 12. And why is this? The reason is that, like I said, this is a different environment to this. So this var and this var are not the same. This one is a local var, it's local to this function. This one is a global var, it's outside scope. So if I want to tell it that this var I'm talking about is the same one as this one outside, I'll have to put a keyword called global down here and then call it and say global var, just like that. Just declare it that var is now a global variable. So when you say global var, you're telling it this one has gone global. This guy is now international, right? So which means he's the same guy that's outside and I'm referring to. So if I now change it to 30, it will change the one outside. So we'll get a 30 this time. If I refresh, you see, there it is. But I discourage you to do this. I never do this at all. This is not very good programming. So instead, what you should do is to pass in the value of var. Okay, so what we would do, this seems a little bit complicated, but it's the better way to do it. So what we would do is we're going to get this var and put it here in the brackets. This is what these brackets are for. Okay, so you can put a variable there. Now when I put this variable, I'm getting this same variable and passing it by reference there, right? So I've passed it in here, which means when I get to this side, I can get it from here. Okay, so I'm sending it into the function as I call it. Then here, I can call it var like that. Okay, so meaning this thing I'm passing in is the same one there that this function will get, and then it will update var, but this still won't work. So let's see what happens. we'll get 12. Good. Because still, even when we do this, this is still a local variable that we're updating. It's been passed by copy. So we've told it to make a copy of this into there. So this can get a little complicated, but that's how it is. Now, a function, the power of a function is that whatever calculation you do in here inside the function, you can return a result. So now a function always returns something. So even if you don't type the word return like this, as we should, it's a good idea to always type return at the end of a function. So return will always return a no value like this, an empty value, whether you like it or not. Whether you don't put the return no, it will return a value. But in this case, and that value is no. But in this case, I want it to return this var. So I'll put var there. So what I'm doing is, so this passing doesn't even make any sense because we are not doing anything. What I want to do is I want to get var and add 30 to it. So I'm going to say var, you can do it like this, plus equals 30. Or you can say var is equal to var plus 30. Okay, so this is what's happening. Var is 12. But when we call the function, we send that 12 into the function. So var is 12 at this point. Then we are saying var now is equal to var, which is 12, plus 30. And then we're telling it return this result that you got. And then once we return that, it goes nowhere, but we can assign the returned value using an equal sign. So here I can just say again, var is equal to whatever the function has returned should be put in the var and then echo it. So it may look a little complicated now, but you will see it in a project and it will make sense. So if I do this now, we get 42 because that's 30 plus 12. So don't worry if you don't get it right away. This is just your takeaway from functions. Functions isolate the code inside a function from the rest of the code, right? And then you can run it whenever you need by calling the function. That's all you need to remember for now. So we have two more things to learn, then we can begin our actual project. So one thing we need to learn now are loops. These are very important as well. Okay, so a loop is a repeated action. That's what it is. A loop is just repeating. So there's several ways you can loop. Imagine you wanted to echo a number. Let's say I want to echo 1, right? But I want to echo 1 10 times. So here I'll have echo 1 like this. Oops, sorry about that. Refresh. So I have that value 1, right? Now if I duplicate this a few times, then I can echo it a few times, right? There you can see it. Very good. But this is okay. But imagine I want to echo 1 100 times. Then this is going to become madness because now I have to type like this 100 times. Now this is all just fine. But imagine I have to echo different numbers 100 times. Now I have to echo 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Now imagine having to type this up to 100. That's even okay. Imagine I want to echo this to 10 million. How can I do that properly? This is where loops come in. So imagine I want to echo this 10 times. What do I do? So instead I use a loop. Now this is how you loop. So you type the word for. Now Sublime Text is kind enough to give us the syntax. So this is how it looks like. So it may look a bit daunting, but this is how it looks like. So let's look at what's going on here. So I want to loop this 10 times. So I'll put a 10 there like this. That's why this part is blank. So this is what happens. There are 3 segments here. So this is 4, and then there are brackets, and then there's these curly brackets where whatever I put here will loop as many times as I put the number there. So let me try and echo 1 like this. So this will loop 10 times. So we'll go through the function, the loop thing shortly. So as you can see, these are 10 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, good. Now let me explain what's going on. So there are three parts here. There's a semicolon here, semicolon there, one part here, one part there, and another part here. Now what this means is, remember this is a $sign and there's I. So this is just a variable, and it's just named I because I is a simple character, just one I there. So variable, same thing here. This is the same variable and that's the same variable there. So here we're saying this variable, we start with this variable being equal to 0. Now you can always change this number to another one that you want. We'll see how that is done. So we're saying this one is equal to 0. And then this is the condition here. So this is the start, this is the condition, and this is what to do after every loop. Okay, so start, condition, after every loop. So as long as this condition is met, is true, then this loop will continue. This part will keep repeating itself. This echo, whatever things you put here, you can put a million lines of code inside this for loop, and those lines will repeat for as long as this condition evaluates to true. Now, after every loop, this part here is run. Okay, so first of all, let's imagine we are looping through this, right? So I is equal to 0. That's how we start with. And then we ask ourselves the condition, is I less than 10? Remember it's equal to 0, and 0 is less than 10. So this is true, which means it's going to run whatever is in here. And after the run, it will go to this and do what's here. Now this here is saying I plus plus. What plus plus means to a number is add 1 to this number. That's all it means. This is the same as I plus 1, right? I plus 1, same thing, but here it's I plus plus. I don't know whether it would work if I added I plus 1 like this, or it would crash the program. No? Yeah, it did crash the program. Oopsie daisy. Okay, so I lost my browser there for a second. Let me copy this. Let me close that. Okay. I hope it has closed the actual process, by the way. Oops, made a mistake again. Close it. Okay, so that was my mistake. I should leave it as it is there. So loops are dangerous. You can loop to infinity if you're not careful. So we start with 0, and 0 is less than 10, right? Oops. What am I doing? Less than 10. So the first time I is equal to 0, so 0 is less than 10, which is true. This will run, and then we add to I. So it's no longer 0 because this runs only once at the beginning. So then the condition will be checked again to see, now I is equal to 1. Is it still less than 10? That's true. This will run. So at some point, if this keeps happening, adding to I, it will reach a point where I is equal to 10, right? And 10 is not less than 10. It's equal to 10. So at this point, this will be false. It won't run this anymore. Then it will continue to run whatever code is down here after the loop. Okay? So here it will repeat as 10 times in this case, and then continue here. So you see here, if I echo finished, yeah, I hope that's the word, finished. So it will echo 10 times and then write finished down here. So if I refresh, and there we go. Okay, now because remember the value of I is changing by 1 every time, so we could, instead of echoing 1, we could just echo the value of I. That way we get what number it's on. So if I now refresh here, you see there 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, and then finished. So the power of loops is that I can loop to 1000 like this without breaking a sweat, right? The computer is good at doing this. So if I now refresh, you see that it has looped, look at that, to 1000 in a second, right? If I go down here, you see it's down there, but we can't really see these as numbers. So we'll use some HTML. I'll put a dot to concatenate, like you saw how we can connect two things, and then put a break tag from HTML, like that, so that each one of these numbers is on a separate line. So when we echo like this, you'll see that from number 0, 10, and then if we scroll down to the bottom, you see that 999 is the final number, then finished. So look at how quickly we can do something like this without having to actually type these things. Now, loops are very important. For example, when you are loading your Facebook page and you have posts on there, you see there's one post after another. That's a loop that does that. So Facebook just types one post there, and then it's got information inside an array, and then it loops through that array and echoes each post one after another. So that's how they do it, because you can only use a loop because you never know how many posts your users will post. Maybe they'll post 10, maybe 20. So you can't put 10 things there, 10 spaces for your posts. All you can do is ask how many posts do they have, and then loop that number of times so that we show all those posts. So this is one way to loop. Now there's another way to loop, and this is to loop through an array. Now you can do this loop through an array as well. So let's see that in action. So here I'm going to create an array. I'll call it AAR, or even array itself, no problem. But let's do that for less confusion. Okay, so like I said, here I can put stuff in there. So let me just put I don't know what to put. I'll put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in there. And then I'll tell it to loop. Now imagine these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, right, inside this loop. So I'll get this, and then as this is looping, I will echo, because remember, if I want to get item number 4, I do this. I say array and then put a bracket and put 4 in there like that. So then it will get item number 4, which is this one, because it starts at 0. Remember, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's how I get that. Now, if we replace, remember that I is also a number. Every time we loop, it's a number. So we can put that number here so that we go through things starting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So let's put that here and put a bracket and put that I inside that bracket like so. So each time we loop, this starts at 0 and it goes through all the items. But remember that we are looping to, let's loop up to 10, not 1000. Now we're looping up to 10, but this array doesn't reach 10, right? But let's start with something doable. Let's say up to 5. Okay, it will end at 4 because it ends where it's less than 5, and 4 is less than 5. 5 is not less than 5, so it will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we are safe. So let me loop here, and you see it has looped through all the values in there and finished. Now to show you that it's actually looping from the this, I can say some value here, okay? Some value. It's not really a number here, so that if we see that some value somewhere, we know that it's actually getting these from the array. This is not value of I, but it's the values in the array. The problem only comes if we say loop 15 times, but there's not enough spaces in there in the array. So if I now do this, I'll get a warning, and it says undefined array key 5. So key number 5 does not exist, number 6 up to key number 14. Those do not exist in the array. So that's why it's warning us that, oh, there is a problem there. So what you can do to avoid this, there's a function that it comes with PHP called count like this. Now remember, functions, we call functions like this. So there's a function that comes with PHP called count, and then whatever you put here should be an array. So we have an array here, which is nice. So let's put that array there. So this count returns a value because it's a function. So it returns a value, and it returns the value of the number of items in any array that you put here. So here I can get that value that it returns because it's valuable to me. That way I can know how many items are here, even though I'm not here. You can tell the user to put items in an array, but you never know what each user, how many items they'll put. So to avoid having errors when looping, you can ask the program how many items did the user add in here, and you can do that using the count function. So here I'm going to use a variable called num and say equals. This is you can use any name. It can be A, it can be B. Num is just short for number, so I like that. So here I'm saying count how many items are inside array, and then put that answer in num. So that if now I can put, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, right? Yes. So this is the number of items in here. So I'll put that num here. That way I'm always sure whatever I add here will always correspond to num. Even if I add more items, no problem, it will loop through all of them because it will first count how many items are here before it starts the loop. So let's see. And there we get rid of the errors. You see, everything is correct like this, right? So if I add more items here and just say, hey, yo, I've added more items, it will show those as well, because when it counts, the number will increase here and it will loop more times this time, as you can see there. Now, this is a fine loop, but there's a better way to loop through arrays without having to even count how many items are there. So what we will do instead, let's create a different loop, and this one is called the for each loop, my favorite loop of all time. So what this array does is that it's a for each, and it gets the array. It's only for looping inside arrays. So you say array as key and value. So remember that in this array there are keys and there are values. What we are seeing here are the values, but then the array itself assigns keys like 0, 1, 2. Those we use to read from the array. Those are called keys. So every time it loops through an item, the key of that current item is saved in key, and the value, which is these items here, is saved inside value. Now you don't always have to write key and value here. Whatever variable you put here, you can name it Kyo. It will still work. It will just be called Kyo this time. As long as you put it here, it will contain the key. Value can be any variable here. As long as you put it there, it will contain the value at that time. So at this point instead, then we can just echo. I'll copy this and put it there. And let's remove this for loop. This is much easier. And then instead of having a key there, because remember we already have the value inside value, and so I can just echo the value like this. Okay, so if I refresh, you see exactly the same thing without having to count how many items, because it's just loop until the array comes to an end, and then it will stop. If you want me to echo the key, you will see that the keys are just numbers throughout, because those were assigned from 0 to 6. Okay, that's how it is. So do not worry about these. We will use them inside our program. Now, a last way to loop is the while loop. So while is like this, while, and then you put a condition here. So here I can put a variable I. Now it doesn't have to be I, it can be A. So I'm just saying while this condition is true, run this code. So here I'll just say echo true. Okay, or I'll echo the value of A at that point. Let me put a break tag again so that I can see each of these on a line. So A, and then concatenate. So the problem with this loop is you have to be careful. This loop can go to infinity, because right now this will loop forever, and you don't want that. Because A, let's say for example I have A here and A is set to 1, right? So A is 1. Now if I ask the question, while A is equal to 1, do this. For as long as A is equal to 1, do it. So, or for as long as this condition evaluates to true. So it's true that 1, which is this one, is less than or equal to 10. So it's not equal to 10, but it is less than. So this is how you do less than or equal to here. So which means even if this becomes 10, this will still be true because 10 is truly equal to 10. But if it's less than 10, it will work because of the less than. So as long as it's less than or it's equal, this will work. The only problem here is that the a is not changing. This is the problem. So a is 1. And every time we check, is a less than 10, it will always be true. A is less than 10 because it's 1. So this loop will loop forever. So to stop it from doing that, I have to actually add down here and say a plus plus on my own. That way, every time we loop, I add to a until at some point it becomes greater than 10, then the loop will end. So let's see this. And as you can see, we start at 1 up to 10. So of course, I can change this to 6. We start at 6 and go to 10. So 6 to 10. So I forgot to mention that in the for loop, the ordinary for loop, you don't always have to start at 0. You can start at 5 and then end at 10. You will have the same effect here. Start at 6, end at 10. So it will only start the loop at 5, number 5, and then it will end at 10, which means it will loop 5 times only instead of 10 because it started halfway. So in the same way, you can use the while loop like this. I rarely use the while loop because of this problem where I have to remember to increment the value or to change the value. That it doesn't have to be equal to this. There can be two values, like a could have maybe John, and then you can have it like this. You can say while a is equal to b, right? This could be John and this could be Mary. And then in the loop, you put conditions that at some point will make these equal. So it's very important that at some point these become or evaluate to true. That way you exit the function, the loop. Otherwise it will loop forever. So I like the for each loop because there's no chance in hell that I'm going to create an infinite loop, because whatever array I put here will not be infinite. The moment it ends, the loop will end. This is why I use this the most. All right, so let's talk about one last thing and then we can start a project, and those things are super globals. So here we have super globals. Okay. So remember that I said at some point there are global variables. For example, if I put a var is equal to 10, this is a global variable because inside a function, maybe I have function hello here like this. This var is global, is outside in the global scope, but then it doesn't work here. If I try to echo var in here, it's going to tell me that var is undefined. So if I try to call the function here at the point, it won't know what var is. So let's try that. And it tells me undefined variable var, because this var and this are different. This one is in the global scope, this one is in the local scope. But like I said, if I do global and say var, then it will recognize that this var I'm talking about here is the one that's outside the function, and it will show me 10. That's its value. So this can be anywhere in the code, it doesn't matter, as long as it's not inside another function, then it's in the global scope. So I can do this. But there are variables that are called superglobals, and those are available everywhere, and you don't have to write global on them. So let's say, for example, now these superglobals are like this, are typed like this. There's a $sign like this. That's how we put normal variables like. But if we do $sign and underscore and write post like this, this is a variable that comes with PHP. It's a post variable and it's a superglobal. What this is used for is that if you have a form like a sign up form where you want your users to sign up, when they press post or save, all that information from the form that the user is typing in will be sent to a variable called post. Okay, so you just have to check in the post to find anything that was posted in a form by a user. So you get it from there. Now this is a super global because post, whether you are inside a function, outside a function, inside a class, it will still work the same way. And you can add items to post variable. So for example, like this, originally it's empty. So if right now I try to say print R, because remember we have to use print R for arrays, we can't use echo. If I try to print R here, you will see that it will print. I'll stop calling the function so that it doesn't run. Here we'll just run that. So if I refresh, you see it shows me that post is actually an array, but it's empty. And I can add things to post. I can say, let me print post down here instead. So here what I'll do on top here, remember that it's an array. Oh, I actually forgot to show you how to add items to an array. Sorry, my bad. If I put like, if I want to read something from an array, let's say array item number 6, right? I'll do this. So it will show me that item array number 6 will be echoed there. But I can also assign things to array number 6 by just doing is equal to hey, like this. So I've given a location code 6 inside post. Now this works for every array. It just doesn't work for post. Any array will work like this. So consider post as an array. The only difference is that this one is a super global and it's available, which means it's available everywhere. So when I do this, I'll say hey, and if I check what's inside post, I'll find that value. So if I now refresh, you see number 6 has hey. Now it just can't be number 6 because I can put any key that I want. I can say u is equal to a, and that's a memory location there, and the key becomes u, and then it's equal to hey, like so. Okay, so that's how you add items. Now if you just want to add an item to the end of the array, don't put any key, just do this, and then to add this item, give it a key of its own, maybe 0. If there's nothing, it will give it at 0. It will just get the next available number and add a key and give you that item. So if I do that, it will just add to it and put, let's say, a 0. So I can add more things to an array just by doing this, hey 1, hey 2, like that, and I refresh. You see, it has added its own keys like that and put the values there. So that's how you add items to arrays. But if someone clicks post, then the post variable will automatically have those items from the post, from the form of the user. But what I wanted to show you is that since I've added these items to the post variable, I can print R, the post variable, in here inside a function, and it will work just fine. It won't complain like it did that it's an unknown thing. Nope, because this is a super global. So if I refresh, you see that it still shows what is contained while being inside a function. So this is super. I don't need to type that global stuff and say global and then say post. Okay, goody, goody, goody. Now there are a few super globals. They work exactly the same. The other one is get, like this one, like this. Now get is the super global that gets things that are inside the link of the page. So for example, inside the URL, so what I'll do is I'll remove this function because we've already seen that these are super globals, they work anywhere. So if I want here now, I can print get. So I'll say print R, the get variable. At this moment, you will see that the get variable is empty. Okay, but if I put something inside the link here right now, I put a question mark at the end of the link and then type something and press enter, you see that now the array contains something. So it grabs whatever is in the link here and puts it in the array. So I can say, just put a question mark, and everything you put after the question mark goes in the get variable. So I can say yes is equal to 2, and then I'll put the word and, the ampersand, to put more variables. So like this, if I press enter, you see yes is equal to 2. But then if I put and no is equal to 4, then you see two things there. So you separate them with an and sign there, and you can put as many variables as you want. So this is very useful because when somebody clicks a link to go somewhere, we can get this information from there and use it to know what really they want to see. Maybe they made a search, we can grab the search value from the link and then search for the item they want. So that's the second super global, which is get. So this one is for the post. When somebody posts something, I will show you this very quickly before let's echo out the post variable here. So I'm just going to put post there like so instead of get. Then I'll close my PHP tags here because I can put some HTML here and then tell it that the method is a post like this, so that it uses the post variable. Otherwise it will use the get super global. And then here I'll put an input and of type text and give it a name of hey, doesn't really matter. And then I'll put a button here and just call it go so we can post. The moment I do this, you see that if I refresh the page, the post variable is empty. But let me type something. I'll just type something and then submit. You see now that it's inside here, the something I typed. If I type yo like this, go, that's what I get. So the moment I post something, it goes in the post super global. That's how you get things that somebody has posted. Okay, so those two super globals are super useful. There's one also called globals. This one combines the values from both the get and the post, so it's not really important to talk about it. And then there's another one called session, which is very important as well. Now, what session does is that it keeps information throughout the session. So we'll see this one in greater detail later. What this means is that you see this page is index.php. Now imagine I had another page here. Of course, the pages are not connected in any way. So if I run the index page, it will have its own variables. If I run the profile page, it will have its own variables. Those variables cannot be moved from one page to another because those are separate pages. But this is what the session variable solves. So anything I put in the session variable will be available on every single page. So that's how I move information from one page. Let's say the user's logged in and I don't want to keep asking them on every page whether they've already logged in or not. I'll save that information in the session because session will carry that information over to every single page as long as I don't close the browser. If I close the browser, the session is deleted. But as long as the browser is still running, it will be the same session. So that's how you move information from several pages. There's also another one called cookie, but we'll see this one later because we will not use it in this project. But what this does is it saves a value in the browser. So whoever is browsing, it will save an ID. You can save an ID there so that the next time they open your website, you recognize them and say, oh, this is John because he's been here before. Or if you want to know if this is the first time the user is visiting your website, you check if there's a cookie in their browser. If it's not there, you can assume, oh, it's their first time, and then tell them some good news. Then the next time they come back, you know, okay, there's a cookie in their browser, so this is not a first time visitor. So that can be useful as well, but we won't use it here. The important ones are session, post, and get. All right, now with this information I've given you so far, which is listed here. Oh, there's also files. Sorry, I forgot about files. Files is a super global that's used when you post files. So, sorry, it's like this, files. So we will use this as well. So when you post a file like an image or a song or whatever, as long as it's a file, a movie, if the user posts something, it won't go in the post variable, as that is just for text. If it's a file, it will go in this files variable. So these are the super globals that are important. But so far we've gone through all of this, and if you've made it this far, you know the basics of PHP at this point. But it's not complete until you actually make a project and see how everything ties together. So let's do just that. So to start with, we're going to, in our index page, we're going to create let's actually create a few pages here. So we're going to need a few pages to accommodate or create our project. So I'm going to right click and create a new folder in this folder. So we already have the index page, which is our home page. And now what we need is the profile page. So let me save this, and this one is our profile page. So we'll call it profile.php. And then we're going to need a login and sign up page. So let me save this one as login.php. Let's create a new file, save it as signup.php. And then we're going to need a similar header and footer on every single page. So instead of having to type the footer and header on every single page, we'll use the same file and repeat it over and over. So I show you how to include extra files as well. So new file, we'll save this one as the header.php, and then we'll have a footer.php as well. So new file, save this one as footer.php. All right, and then we're going to need a file to put all our functionality in it so that we can repeat the file, include that file everywhere. Now you can include as many files as you want in one single PHP page. The limit is up to you. But this one I will save as functions.php. All right, so far this is good, more than what we need. So let's begin our design of our page. So I'm going to go to my index page here for a second, and let's create the general design, especially the header and footer, and then copy it into header and footer. Or what I will do is include it immediately. So let's do this. I'm going to create my HTML tags here. So HTML, and I'll call this one my website, like this. Okay, good. So we have the head where we have the title, and if we have any CSS files, we could include them in here. But this is not a CSS and HTML tutorial, so I won't mind that for now. What I want to do instead is create a header tag here. Okay, and then put some links. So I'm going to use div tags here and then put a tags inside those div tags. So this is a home link. Duplicate that. This one will be so home is like the main timeline, then there is a profile page, and then there is login and sign up, and duplicate and sign up. And these will lead to, oh, sorry, these are the hrefs. So I should be putting these guys here. Okay, no big deal. Copy that over to there. Login here and sign up here. And these are supposed to have .php at the end because they are links. So I'm just going to select this and just put .php at the end, like that. By the way, when I'm selecting multiple things, I press Ctrl D in Sublime Text. So I'll select one part that's similar and you see it highlights the others. Then I press Ctrl D to select the next one. Okay, so we save that. And now I need to put some styling in here. So I will put my style tags right about here. Then I will move this whole thing into the header tag. Okay, so here I'm going to first of all put some styles for the body. And with the body, I want a background color. Let's just put one blue like this. Then I want any A tags to have no text decoration. Let's put that at none. And then let's make sure that everything has no initial padding, and padding should be 0 pixel, and margin as well initially. Okay, what else do I need? Background color, body has a background color, and header as well. So let's put something for header here. I'm going to say header, which is this tag I've added here. So on this one, I want to display flex, because right now, let me save this and let's see what we have so far so that we can follow along a bit better. Let me cancel this. Okay, so this is what we have, and I have, here, the content on this side. So this is not what I wanted. This whole thing is blue, and so what I want to do is body, I will put this at yellow. Let me put a background color for the header, and that's what I'll put as blue, so that we have it like this. Okay, so yellow here, blue here, but let's fix this. Okay, so the header, I want to display flex so that those things can display nicely left to right. As you can see here, that will change. Okay, so now they're this way. Then let me change their color to white, of course, so I can see the text better. Justify content, center, align items, center. Okay, and that should do the trick. So there we go. Now the text is not white yet because the A tag is what's giving it that different color. So I'm going to duplicate header like this and then put A tag over there and change that color to white. Okay, and also I wanted the body, the whole body, to have a font family of Tahoma, like that. Okay, so let's come back here and refresh, and there we go. Very good. Now let's add some padding or margins between items in the flex here. So I'm just going to say header div, so duplicate like this and put div here, and then let's put some padding to each one of these at maybe, I don't know, 20 pixels. Let's see how well that does. Okay, so if I zoom out, this is what I get. Now I want to improve the coloring here. So what I'll do is I'll inspect the element on the blue and click. I just added blue so that I have a color to work with, and then I can move things around to get the color that I want. So I'm okay with that. I'll copy it and then change the blue to that. And then I will change the look of the body, inspect. So I'm going to body and have that yellow changed to something more appealing like this. So copy, and you can copy the names of these colors from here. So let me paste that, paste, and we are good to go. So refresh, close the console, and there we go. Okay, so now let's put our pages here. First of all, I want the sign up and login page. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll get everything from in here, and including the styles, and cut this, and then go to header.php and paste in there and save. So come back to index.php, and all I will do here is include the file. So I'm going to open some PHP tags like this, because I said you need PHP tags to do PHP, and then I will say include, and this is how you include a file, and then because it's a string you put those quotes, and this one is header.php like so. And then I'll close the tags right there. Now when there's only one line in the tags, you don't need the semicolon, but it's good practice to put it there. So as a result, you see that everything remains the same. Now if I'm going to put a footer at the bottom here, I will put a footer, no problem, and then I can add my styles to to the top here and we'll just say copyright 2022 or something. Now if you wanted to show the date, that the current date every time, you can put this inside PHP tags and just say date, and then in here you put a capital Y that will tell it to show just the year, like this. Okay, so copyright that. Let's go to the header. As you will see, if I refresh now, we'll have a copyright thing right there. So let me put styles for this footer. So I'm going to go to the header and then put footer styles here. First of all, padding 20 pixels. Oops. And then what do I do here? Text align center, and that should do. Then maybe background color. Let's put a very light gray. So we're going to put EEE, very close to FFF, which is white. So if I now refresh, this is what I get. That's my footer down here. But I didn't get the year that I was asking for there. Where is it? Index, copyright. Oh, so this is one thing you should keep in mind. Here I'm giving it the correct stuff, but I'm not telling it to echo. So I'm just going to say echo like this. So PHP, and then I have to echo something in order for it to actually be seen. So you can see there copyright 2022. Okay, so let's move the footer as well to the footer file. Save that. Let's go here and put footer and save. So we can close the header and footer for now, and then come back here. I will duplicate this line, Ctrl-Shift-D in Sublime Text. I think it's Ctrl-D in Notepad++, then put include footer. Now, there's two ways to include a file. You can use require or you can use include. Now, the difference is this. If I use include and then the file is not found, so let me put something just to make sure the file isn't found, you see that the project will show you an error, which is a warning, right? This is a warning, and the difference is that a warning will just warn you, but it will continue running the program. As you can see down here, we can still see copyright 2022, right? Because it ran all the way to the bottom, even with the warning that it failed to find this file header 3. But there's a second way to do this, and this is the require statement. So require make sure that if it's not found, the program does not continue. So if I refresh, you see that the bottom content are missing now because this is a fatal error now. It completely stopped the program from running. So it depends how important the file is. You can either use require or you can use include. Now with require, I can include my header twice, both with require and include. It doesn't matter. So as you can see now, I have two versions of the header, but I can use the word require once like this to make sure that if I try to require it again later in the page, it will show me an error. But it seems it didn't do that at all. So let's try that again. Okay. Oh, so that's what it does actually. I rarely use require once. So if you say require once, it will check if the file was already required and then it won't require it again. So that's a safe way to do things. But let's continue and make something good. So what I'll do here is I'll copy all of this and take it to my sign up page because we need to sign up. So here we'll say sign up dash my website, and then you see as I paste this, it doesn't show me as if this is PHP. That's because Sublime Text thinks this is HTML. So I'm just going to click on the bottom right here and tell it what language I'm on, which is PHP. Excuse me. So let's do that. Okay, so here I want to make the sign up page. So I'm going to put a form because we need the user to be able to sign up. Make sure you add the method as post so that we use the post variable instead of the get. And then here I will put an input, and this one is of type text. So this one will be email. Okay, so we want an email. We'll do just simple sign up, but you can put as many inputs as you want. So we want the user to log in with an email and a password. So here we'll put password. So just to make it different to the between the login, the sign up and the login, we're going to have username here. Okay, let's put some placeholders here. And in the placeholder, we will have, let me put email, and then I'll go through each one of them. This one is username, sorry, and this one is password. Okay, great. So we have all that, and then finally, let's put a button there, and let's say sign up. And yes, that will be great. In the header, I want to let me go to the sign up page. So if I click on here, this link, it will take me to the sign up page, and you see the header and footer are included, and this is the page here. So let's put some styling a little bit here. So of course, this is not a CSS tutorial. So here I'll say margin auto, and then add some padding to this, 10 pixels, and that should do. And then what else? Let's see what that does. Okay, good. Now I want to move this whole thing to the center, so I'll put it inside a div because form is an inline thing, or I can just change it to inline block here, no problem. But let's just do this and say margin auto, and then max width is maybe 600 pixels. Okay, good. So let me now refresh, and there we have it. It's not really at the center, is it now? And why is that? Let me go to my header. Where is the header? And I want to do something with the inputs. So input here, I'm going to say margin, maybe 4 pixels. Here on this one, I want everything to have box sizing of border box. Okay, so that the margins and paddings don't mess with our sizing. So let's put 8 pixels, and let's try width 100%. Okay, then let's do something for button as well. Button, and this one I just want some padding of maybe 10 pixels. That's it. Okay, so just something to look better. So there we go. This is what I have. So I need to know this is the sign up page, so I will put a very big thing on the sign up right in the an H2 and say sign up. Okay, good. So click, there we go, sign up. But I want this in the center, so I'll put a style and say text align center. All right, so hopefully this will get us through the line. We just need some inputs that will make sense so we can do something and save. Okay, so we have our sign up page here. We'll do the same for the login page. So let's go to our login page. I'm going to copy everything from the sign up, paste it in the login page, and just change every reference of sign up to login like that. Okay, and then also change to PHP. Doesn't recognize this as a PHP page. Now it does. And that's it. Let me remove username. We'll be logging in through email. and that should be it. So back here, refresh, click on login, and this is the login page. So we have login and we have sign up page. Nice. Now we need a profile page. Okay, so what I'll do is go copy everything to profile. Let's see what home will do. Okay, so sorry, my bad. In the header, it's not home.php, it's index.php. Sorry about that. Okay, that's the home page. Okay, so profile is empty, but let's give it a shot as well. So get what's in, what do I get here? I want to copy everything from login and go to profile and paste. Change this to PHP again. I think if we had PHP tags at the top, it wouldn't be a big deal. So this one is profile, yeah? So profile. And then let's remove, we will need the form though, so let's keep it there. Here, we will add some user details as, let's see here. I'm just going to say profile, user profile, and then, excuse me, here we will add a select thing, input, oh no, a text area, sorry. I didn't need to do that. So let's style the, I'll put rows as 8 there, and then I forgot to make names for these inputs. Okay, so on the profile we're going to allow the user to post content. So this is what I'm doing here. So I'm going to put an HR tag here, and then since this is a user profile, let's add a table to put their content there, then table row, and then table data, like that. So this is just a table we are creating, and maybe this one I'll call it table head. So it's header, and here what I'll say is username. I just want to put the details of the user here, and then here table data. We'll assume we'll just write John just for now, and this is one row. We'll make another row and another. No, we just need the email then. Email, and then that's john@email.com. Okay, and then also we'll create a row that will have image, even though we don't need to write that, but let me remove this actually. I'll just leave it empty. And then here we'll put a user image. So I'm going to put an image tag here. The source will just be img.jpg, and then we expect a JPEG. And then the style will be width 150 pixels, height 150 pixels, and then what else do we put here? Object fit cover, so that it covers that place nicely. And yeah, this is all we need. So let's go to the profile page and refresh, and this is what we get. So we have user profile, we have the user image and the user content. So this is not looking too good. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to put style and say text align center. Let's see if that changes things. Okay, maybe not. What I can do is remove these username and email titles. I think will look better, or not. That's because I have this here. Okay, good. This should be fun. Okay, so that's your profile here, the user profile, but this is for posting content. Let me put a break tag over here like that. And did I put something for the text area in the input? No. So I'll copy what's with the input here, duplicate, and use that for text area. So text area, like that. Alrighty then. So let's go and refresh, and there we go. So we just need a title on the thing here. Let's use maybe H5. Create a post like that. Okay, cool. So refresh. So we'll create a post here. So of course you can design these things as you wish. This is not a design tutorial, so it's going to look hideous. But the point is just to make it functional. So now the user can sign up, then log in, and then see their profile and actually post something on their profile. Now, in order for all of this to happen, we need a database. So we need to connect to a database. So let's do that. So the database came in with the installation of XAMPP. So we're going to click on a new tab and then type localhost / PHP myadmin. So one word, PHP myadmin. And then you'll see something like this. Okay, so you should see this, and then we are good to go. So on the side here, click new to create a new database. So we're just going to give this database a name so that we can store our users in there and posts as well, excuse me. So we're going to say test_db. You can name this database anything you want, just don't put spaces. If you want a space, put an underscore as I have done here. So this is our, let's just write beginner. It's much better. Beginner DB, then create that DB. Now that we've created a database, it's only a database. You should see it here. The reason I can't see it is because I have settings on my thingy here. So let me just change those settings real quick. Let me just change that. You will not need to do this on your thingy. So I just need to add my thing here so that I will be able to see it on the other side. Okay, so like you can see it right there. So click on it. So you click on your database here, and then now you can create tables. So the way a database is just one thing that holds many tables. This is what it is. The database is the file that holds a group of tables that are related to the same project. Now these tables are just like if you've ever used Excel. A table is just like an Excel spreadsheet. So it's got columns and rows, and each row is a single record. So here we're going to name the table, and we're going to name it with what we're going to store there. So in here we are storing users. If we are storing posts, we'll name it posts. And then here it asks you how many columns you need. So we need to know what we need here. So I'm going to create a new file here just so I can write stuff. The first thing you always need in a table is the ID column, because you need to be able to identify each row uniquely from another. Okay, so you always need the ID column. You can give it any name you want, but I like to call it ID. And then you should put auto increment on this ID and make sure it's the primary key. So you tell the database that this is the primary key. This is the ID is what I will use to primarily identify a row. So that's why that's primary key, very essential. And then auto increment means the database itself should add a value to ID automatically. So if I add the first record, it should add ID 1, the second one 2, the third one 3, and 4. And even if I delete row number 3, if I add another one, it will continue and add 5. That way each ID is unique. Okay, so that's very important. So from the ID, what other information do we need? We have a username, we have a password required there, and also we have a so we have username, we have password, and we have email. But we also need the date to know when the user signed up. Okay, So you can add other things like gender if you want, etc. But we also need to show an image because we want to add the user's image later when editing the profile. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns here. So I'm going to go back, and here where it says number of columns, I'll add to 6. But don't worry about this. You can always add new columns anytime you want. So this is where we enter that information. So here I'll put ID, name of the column, and the type of column is an integer. That's fine, but make sure you tick where it says AI, which is auto increment, and then make sure you select primary key on the index there. And then here we will have now username, we'll have the email, and we'll have the password, and then we'll have the date, and then we'll have the image. So in the image, we're going to store the path of the image, and here I will put variable character, and I will tell it, it's a requirement, I have to tell it how long this text can be, how long you expect it, the longest information stored here to be. So I'll put 1024, just a guess. And then here I'm going to put date time, so it can store date and time. If you just want the date without the time, you can select date, but let's use date time. We don't need to specify a length, it already knows. Password is variable character, we put 255 because sometimes you will encrypt your password, which we won't do in here. I have tutorials on that already. Let's put email, variable character, let's put 100. I'm sure the longest email will have 100 characters. Username, maybe the longest username will have 30 characters, and that's it. Then let's save. Okay. So you see a yellow key here that shows that this is a primary key. So nice there. But anything we will use to search the user will have to put a key. For example, when logging in, we'll use the email to find this user. So let's go to email here, more, and add an index. This is not a primary key, it's just a key to help us search faster. If you'll be searching users by username, you may want to add an index there as well. If you want to search by date, you may need to do that on the date as well, but we'll never need to search by image and by password either. Excuse me. So this is the table that we need for our table, our database, or our table. These are the columns we need. So the next thing we need to do is connect to our database. Now the server, it's important to know what the server is that your database is on. This is how you will connect to your database. Now the server can be online or it can be on your computer. In my case, it is on my computer. And if I click on this that says server, you can see that the server name is 127.0.0.1. This is the server location. This is also known as localhost. So localhost is this IP address. So on every computer, the IP address will be 127.0.0.1 if it's on the local machine. So if it's on your computer, the server is localhost, and that's the IP address. So we'll just call it localhost because it knows where to go when you type localhost. So what we will do is we'll create a file for our connection. So I'm going to right click on the beginner folder, new file, and this file will just be for making a connection to our database. So I will save this file as connection.php. Okay, good. And then what I'll do is I'll just add PHP tags. I won't add closing PHP tags. I'll name the connection con just so it's simpler to type. So to connect to a MySQL database, you type MySQLi, don't forget the I, connect, like this. And then in here you put the connection details. So the first thing you put is localhost. Now it's not always a localhost because if you're connecting to a database that's online, you will type the server name. It could be www.server.com, whatever it is. But in our case, we are connecting locally, so we'll say localhost, which means my local computer. And then here, the next thing is the username. If you didn't add a username and password to your MySQL, because you can actually lock this place where databases are. You can put a password here, in a username and password. So if you didn't add one, you'll use root as the user, and then the password will be empty. But if you're using a Mac and using mump, the password might be root. I'm not sure. You can try that out. And then finally, we tell it what database we are connecting, because as you can see, you can put several databases in this location. So the one we want is beginner DB. So we'll type beginner underscore DB like this. So once, if I give all the correct details here, then I will make a proper connection. Now I will know that I've made a connection if I don't see any errors when I refresh the page. Now it won't do that because this page, remember, this connection.php is not included in the project at any point. If we go to profile.php here, we have functions.php, right? Now inside functions.php, I'll put some PHP tags here. Now I want each and every function here to have access to the connection that I've made in connection.php. So I'm going to require that connection file. And since they're in the same folder, I'll just type connection.php like that. Okay, so now I've required this file and it's included in my functions.php. So now wherever I add my functions.php, it will also add the connection.php file, so they will all run together. So let's start with the sign up page, because we want the user to sign up. So we will put PHP code right at the top. Now make sure you don't put a space here or anything, or do this. This is not good at all. So we've opened and closed the PHP tags. Now if you're putting PHP at the very top, make sure it's at the very top, no character before the PHP tags. That is very important for redirecting the page. So we'll put PHP tags at the top so we can put PHP. This will allow us to do some processing before we load the actual page. Okay, so that the result will show here, but we do the processing at the top. Now on every page, we need to require the functions.php page. Okay, that way we, oh, let me not close that. I need the quotes. That way all the functions we add in here are available to use on this page. So we require that file, and then that file will require the connections file, so we are connected. Now if I refresh the sign up page and I see some errors, then the connection failed. So let's go to the sign up page, click. I don't see any errors, so everything went well. Now to show you that things might not go well is I'll put some wrong information here and let's see what happens. So it's taking longer, and then it tells you warning, MySQL connect, network get address. What it's really saying is that no such host is known. This one, localhost 45, failed. It doesn't know what that is. So it just means it didn't find this address. So you can also use root, change that to some other thing. You'll see a different error, but you will see it will say access denied for user root 2 at localhost. Using password, no. So it's just saying this user doesn't have access, or wrong user and password. That's the version. All right. But if you don't see any errors, then everything went well. So let's begin the sign up process. So first of all, we need this to collect this information from the user. So to do that, let's go to our signup.php, and then let's make sure every input has a name. This is important. Without these names, you won't get this information. So the name is the key to that post array. So very important. Then, excuse me. So right at the top here, we need to know when we have posted something. Okay. So I'm going to put an if statement here and use the server. So I'm going to say server. This is an array that comes with PHP, and it contains information about your current server. So there's one called request method. This is a key in this server array. So it's called request method. we're just checking to see if this request method is equal to post, then we are good to go. Okay, so this means whatever we put in here will only happen when we post something. So I'm just going to echo posted like that here, okay, so that you see what happens. So if I refresh the page like this, you don't see anything, but if I click post, you see posted. So it knows when I have posted, so it can start processing the data. Okay, so if something was posted now, it means we have things in our post variable. So what I will do is do that. So I'm just saying print what's inside this. Now it's an array, that's why I'm doing print r instead of echo. So I will post again, and you see now it shows me these values: array, username, email, and password, but they are all empty here. Okay, so if I typed something and say my name and then posted, you'll see that it shows me username is equal to my name over there. Okay, this is good. This is good. Now we need to put a username here, a password, and all that, and then do the sign up. So we just need to make sure that these guys are not empty when the user tries to sign up. So we'll do a little bit of validation, but instead let's use JavaScript validation, so to simplify things. So at the end here of each of these, I'll put required like that, and then on type email, I will put email so that it validates for me and asks for a proper email. Okay, that is good. So this way at least we cannot enter empty values. If I do this, it will tell me fill that out, or this is not a valid email, etc., etc. So now that we can collect information, let's save it into the database when that happens. Okay, so how do we save data into the database? Now remember, we have a connection, which is con, that's the one, so we should use that. So let me come back to sign up here. The information is in here. So first let me collect the information. So first of all, I'm going to assign the values to different variables. So I'm going to say username is equal to post, this is an array, remember that, and username like that, and then duplicate this a few times. So email here, email there, and then password over here like so, password. Okay, great. So now I've gotten things from the post variable into my own variables here, so I can create a query to save them into the database. Now there are times when somebody's username contains an apostrophe. For example, maybe it's something like John's name. So if this is the name itself, this apostrophe will cause problems. As you can see, the color is different between the text. So we need to tell PHP that this apostrophe is not a special character, but it's part of the text. So we do that by putting a slash to escape. This is called escaping a character. By adding a slash before the actual character, then PHP will consider this as not a special character like the way this one is, but as part of the text. So there's a function that does all this for us on our behalf, and it's called add slashes. So it's like this, add slashes. So add slashes requires a string that you want to add slashes to. So in this case, I will get username and add the slashes there. So this is good to prevent problems. So just put add slashes as a quick way to solve this problem on all of this. Okay. Excuse me. So that when you're adding to the database, it adds all the text that you add there without a problem. So we've sorted that out. And then now we need to run what is called a query. So that's how our database works. It works with queries. So let me show you an example of a query. If I go to my beginner DB, I'm in the database and I click on my users table, you see that when I clicked on the users table, it ran an actual query here. This is a query. It says select, and then there's a star from users. So users is a table, and it's saying select, star means all. So it's select all from users, but all what? All columns. So I'm just saying select all columns from users, and then it will bring a result here. If I wanted a specific column like username, I would say select username from users. Or if I wanted two, I would say select username and put a comma, email from users. So these are queries. So we don't want to select, we want to insert data into the database. So we write a different query, and the query will be like this. You can capitalize, it's not case sensitive. So we'll say, instead of select, we'll say insert. This is how an insert query looks like. So we say insert into, and then you put the name of the table, which is users in our case. So insert into users, brackets like this, and then values, and then brackets like that. So this is how a query for inserting will look like. Here you put columns that you want to insert to. So here we don't want to insert in the ID. Remember, this will be automatic. We want to insert the rest though. So also on image, if I go to structure, because we don't expect an image when we first insert the data, the user will edit their profile to add an image. So here we'll click change to edit the column, just this same one, and then make sure where it says no, you tick that so that it can accept an empty value. So let me save that. So what this means is that even if we don't provide an image value, it will still save this record. So you do that to add no to every column that you don't expect a value when the record is inserted. But the rest are a must. We need a username, an email, and a password. If any of these is missing, it shouldn't save. So with that in mind, let's come back here. Oh, wait a minute. It's always a good idea to just click browse and then copy these columns as they are like this, and then put them in here so you don't miss any column there. So let's put a comma. So what you put here must match what you put here, only that in here this should be the values. So if I start with username, I should put a value for username first on this side. So here I'm going to remove image because I don't need to add anything there, but the rest like date, password, email, username are here. We have these variables here, so let's put those there. So what I'll do to make things easier is I'll copy this and paste it there, but then I'll put $signs here to use these variables here because they have the same name anyway. Okay, I'll put one for date even though we haven't created date yet. And also the thing to do at this point is, let me use word wrap so these things wrap around so I don't have to scroll. So what you do is you put a single quote like that because this is a string. It's not a number, it's a string. So put single quotes around it, but put double quotes outside the query. Because if I put single quotes outside the query, it won't evaluate this. It will save this password with a $sign just like this, as if this was the value. But if I put double quotes like this, it will put the value that's contained inside this variable. So keep that in mind. So it's better to put double quotes outside and single quotes inside, even though you can swap those. So let's put quotes around each one of these characters, including the email as well. So let's do that. Boom. Okay, so there we go. So we have our query insert into users. We've given it the columns, we've given it the values, but we don't have a value for date. So let's create it. So to create a date, you do this. You use the function date, and then you put a format inside. So it gives you a suggestion that you should put a format. The format is in form of text. So we'll say year, that's how you put year, month, small letter M, small letter D, but this one is capital letter. So that's how you put those. If you want to add time, that's hour, minute, seconds. Here you can put any characters. You can put slashes if you want. The important ones are these three and these three here. Even here you can put anything you want, but better you stick to that because that looks like time. Okay, so we have our date, we have all the variables we need. We've added the date into here, the password into here, the email, username, and we're ready to save. So let's put this string into a variable called query. You can name the variable anything you want. I just prefer query because it's a query. And then we need to run this query now. So how do we run it? We use the connection, right, to run it. So we're going to say my SQLi query like this. Okay, so we can capture the result of this and say result is equal to MySQL query, and then we put our query there, and then we put the connection on the other side like this. So MySQL query is a function that expects two variables here, one on the first one and another on the second one, separated by a comma. I think I may have forgotten to mention that you can put more than one variable in a function when I was talking about functions. That may have slipped my mind. So whatever the result we get will tell us whether this went well or not, but it's not really important because we can just go and check. And then once we finish doing this, inserting into the database, we might want to redirect the user. But for now, let's just do this and see if we're going to insert something valuable in the database. So back here, let's click on refresh there. And then, excuse me, let me put an email at email.com. And then let me put my password just as password like that. And then let me hit sign up. So there's a fatal error here, okay? So it's saying the first item here, argument number 1 on the MySQL query should be a this is this function here. So it's telling us on line 13 in the sign up page, which is right about here, we have an error. So it's saying it's expecting this one to be MySQLi, but a string was given. So maybe I may have swapped these. Let me put the connection first and then put the query. Let's see if that's the problem. Okay, let's try and refresh and see what happens. Okay, so it seems that was our mistake. But let's go into the database and click browse. And as you can see, the information has been saved. We have a username, we have an email, we have a password, a date, but a no value for our image, which is correct. So we've managed to sign up a user. But what I'll do is to delete everything in the table, I'll go to operations and then go down here to truncate table and click OK. This will delete everything in this table. So if I go back to browse, you see the table is empty and the ID has been reset. I've done that because I want us to redirect to our login page. So here, I'll show you how to redirect. You say header, you change headers, and then you say location. You tell it where to go. And in this case, we want to go to the login.php page, like that. And then you put the word die to make sure that the script stops when it gets here. So in case, for some reason, the redirection fails, the rest of the page should not load. It should just die here. So save. That's how you move to a different page from this one. All right, so good. Let's go back here. Let's redo this. So I'm going to put my username and I will put my email and then I will put my password there. Okay, and then sign up. So now I'm given the login page, which is nice, so I can log in. So we repeat this process on the login page as well. So let's see how we can actually log in. So in order to log in, we repeat the same process. So let me go to my login page. I'm going to copy everything here in the PHP tags and go to the login page. Right above this, I will move everything down and paste that. So make sure you paste right at the beginning here, otherwise this header thingy might fail or give you errors. So right at the top there. and we include our functions page. We check if something was posted, and then we grab what we need. In this case, we just need the email and the password. We don't need the date. Okay? And then down here, let's make sure each of these inputs has a name and it's correct. It's email or password here. Good. Let's make sure these guys are required. And then let's make sure this one is email so that it accepts an email there. And so we need a different query this time. So let me remove this over here. Now a read query, as you have seen, if we come back, okay, let me just do here. It's a select. So we say select all using a star from users. So we're saying select all the columns from users table. Okay. Now we need to tell it where to select. We're looking for a specific email that the user has given, because we want to know if that user exists. So we're going to say from users, and then we'll put a where clause and say where the column named email is equal to this email that the user has given us. So we'll put that there like so, and then put the quotes around because this is a string, remember. And then because we're just looking for a single column, we don't want the database to continue looking once it finds one, we're going to say limit 1. It's not necessary to say limit 1, but I just like to put it there. Now it's also possible to compare two columns by just saying and then you write if email is equal to this, and then password, because we have password as well, is equal to, and then we put this password thingy there like so. So we're looking for a column where the email is equal to the email given and the password is equal to password given. If we find that, then we are good to go. Now you can put the and like this here. This also means the same thing, double and, or you can do that. I like this, it looks more program friendly. So once we do that, we can now try to get a result from this query in the same way. But let's not redirect yet. Here we'll redirect to the profile page if things go well. But I will put a comment on these so these two don't run. So what I would do now is I want to see the result. So here all I will do is say, sorry, my bad habit. I want to print whatever the result will be once I do that, and then we'll stop there for a second. So refresh, and then let me just say I type something that isn't, please enter a valid email. Okay, so let me just enter a valid email, but enter the wrong password. So and then I'll say login, and then what you see here, it tells you that MySQLi result. So what we got is a MySQLi result object, and it tells you that there is a number of rows that was returned. This is what I'm looking for. The num rows is 0. It didn't return any result. Now look at this. If I add the correct one and then put password here and then say login, you see that now the number of records is 1. So it managed to find one with those details. Okay. So we can check the num rows for the result. So here what I'm going to say is print result and then do this and then say num underscore rows. Let's see if that will work, because this is what we are looking for, num rows. Oh, this is an object, right? Let me refresh. Cannot use object of type as array. Okay. So this is an object, sorry, so I didn't talk about objects. So what we would do instead, let's use the normal way that MySQL does it. We just say MySQLi underscore num rows. And then let's put the result in there. So instead of using objects and complicating things, let's do it like this. So here we're saying if MySQLi num rows, and then we give that result that came back, this function gets the number of rows that were returned. So we'll see here, it will print that value. So if I refresh, we expect a 1 and we see a 1 there. That's good. So once we see that, we can use this in an if statement, because if MySQL num rows, because this result returns a number. If this number is greater than 0, as long as it's greater than 0, then we returned something. Okay, so we say if it's greater than 0, good. Else, meaning it wasn't, then we had an error. So what we're going to do here is put the word error and say wrong email or password. We don't want to tell the user which of these was wrong. Okay, so error there. And then we don't redirect. We will only redirect if everything was correct. Then we take them to the profile page. So I'll move it like this. Okay, so if everything was good, then we'll redirect to the profile page. Otherwise, we'll put an error here. And then all we need to do down here is to check if this error excuse me, I'll put some PHP tags over here like so, and then put an if statement here and say if there's a function called empty. It checks to see if a variable that you've added there is empty or not. So if it doesn't exist, then it's empty. If it has an empty string, then it's empty. So I'll put a not like this. So I'm asking if this variable is not empty, meaning it has something, then echo something in here. Okay, so here we're going to echo whatever is inside the query itself. Let me add a div here so that it's more appropriate. So I'll do that and then concatenate like that, and then put a dot and then close that div like this. That's how you can mix HTML with PHP. So this way it will show us an error if there is one. So here I'll do this, and let's try this again. I'll put a correct email but wrong password, and then I'll say login, and it shows me wrong email or password. So that's how you get your error. Now you can style these things as you wish to make them look better, but we are here for functionality. So if everything went well, what we need to do is save the information that we got from the user, okay? Because this is logged in now. So if we are logged in, what I want to save is the result of this. So here, I will save the result into a variable called row, because I want to save the row of this current user that we've found to be correct. So to get that row, I'll use again MySQLi and say fetch. I'll use the assoc like this. So this is the function called MySQLi fetch assoc, which fetches an array and uses it as an associative array. So remember when I said an array is like this, where you add values like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is known as a normal array, right? Because PHP will add keys of its own. But if I add my own key, it's like if I say email and then I do this and then put a value for email there, this type of array is called an associative array because the key is text and not a number. So this is an associative array where email is equal to email. So the way you see the table in the database here, each column becomes the key of that row that I get. So if let's say in here you see there's a value of, this is my username. So when it gets a row from here, it's going to use username as the key and this as the value, this as the key, this as a value. That is if I tell it to bring an associative array which has text as keys. It's much easier to read such kind of information from an array than trying to guess if email is on key number 8 or number 4, like that. That's more headaches. So we do it like this, and then we get results. We put it right there. So we say fetch assoc row. And then before we redirect, I just want to see what is inside this row. So I'm just going to say print readable and then row, just to make sure we are getting the correct information. So let me log in correctly here. I'm going to say email and then put a password here. That is, now for you to hide passwords here so that when you're logging in, people don't see your passwords, you change this to password type down here, of course. So let's do that. And then let's say email, and then password is password here. Okay, and then login. So when you see here, I get an array and it has an ID of 1, a username of Ethan here, email at email.com, a password of password, a date, and an empty image. So it did get the correct result. So let's save this result in a way that will be available to every single page. Now, like I told you, in order for something to be available to every page, you save it in the session. So what we will do is we create a memory location in the session like this. And then let's call this one, you can give it whatever you want. I'll call it user data like this. But this can be cumbersome to type, so maybe just call it user like so. Okay, and then say is equal to row. So this can be anything. You can, as long as it's just a key, you can call it key or you can call it logged. It's up to you. So let's use logged for now, or maybe info. Okay, session info row. Now, in order for you to use the session variable, you must tell the PHP to start a session, and you must do this right at the top here. So I'll do something like session start, like that. Now, because we will be using this on every single page, the session start, it's better to just put it in a file that is always included. So I'm just going to cut this from here, like that, and then go to the connections, because whenever we are connecting to the database, we kind of need a session, right? So I'll put it right there. This way, whenever I include the functions.php, a session is started automatically, and then we can use session variables. So once we do this now, it means in the session we have information that we need, which will be available to every single page throughout the session. Then we can now redirect to the profile page like this. Okay, good. All right, so once we do this, let's see if things happen for us. I'll just refresh, use the same information, resend, and now I'm on the profile page, as you can see. Okay, pretty good. Now, let me come to the profile page and let's deal with things. Now, of course, you can style these things as you wish on this page. We are not styling because that wastes a lot of time. We want to just see some functionality. Okay, so on the profile page, because now we are logged in, we can use the information in the session to replace with this. Because as you can see now, it's telling me I am John and this is my email. This is not correct at all. So let's put the actual values. So all we need to do is go to the top here and include the obvious stuff like this. So copy that, go to the profile and paste this here like that. Close the tags like so. And then everything is required in there already. So we have access to our session. So here what I will do is I'll tell it to echo. So I'll put PHP tags and say echo, and then echo what's in the session. Session info, right? That's the memory location there. But inside session info, there's an array, and I need to get a specific thing called username, like that. Okay, and then I'll close those PHP tags. So here I'm echoing this right there. So I'm going to copy this, do the same thing for email there, and then change that. I'm getting the email column instead. So save that and then come back, refresh, and you see now it's showing me this data. Now, it's also possible that somebody accesses the profile page without actually being logged in. So we need to fix that problem. So let me put a logout key here. Let's go to the header, right? And then let's put logout here at the end. So login, logout, and there we go. And then this one will go to logout.php. And then remember that we will have a session information here. So I'll go back to, let's say, profile, where I used this. So we can use this to check if this is not empty, session info, then we are logged in. If it's empty, we are logged out. So I'll come back to my header and use this information to my advantage, because I can now put an if statement to echo this depending on whether I'm logged in or logged out, right? So let me do this. Let me move logout here and separate them. So here I'll put an if statement and say PHP tags, and then put if empty. So if this one is empty, the session info doesn't exist, then I'm logged out. So you can show me the login and sign up locations. Now, instead of me echoing this, what I can do here is I can put a full colon at the end and then close that tag. So if I do this, I can leave my HTML here, and then I still need to close this using PHP tags and say end if, put a semicolon, not a full colon, semicolon. So full colon here, semicolon there. This is how you put if statements combining PHP with HTML down here. Now, I just don't want an end if here. I'll put this end if down here. Sorry about that. And push this in, and then here I'll put else, okay? Because if can have an else, but put a full colon there now. So what I've done here, I've said, if this thing is empty, then I'm not logged in, so show this. Otherwise, show the logout, because it means I am logged in, okay? But we haven't created logout.php yet, so come back here, refresh. So we are logged in, so if I click logout.php, it should do something. So let me create that page. I'll right click on beginner, new page, save this as logout.php. Then here I'll put PHP tags, of course. And then the one thing I want to do is move my location once I log out. So I'm going to copy this header thingy and come down here, paste like this. I don't need to say die because there's really nothing else down here anyway, but it's okay. I want to go to the login page when I log out. But how do I log out? I remove my session. So I'm just going to say session unset or session regenerate ID. So once I do this, I have destroyed the session. There's also another one called session destroy, I think. So just to make sure that you are getting rid of the session and regenerating a new one. So everything in the session will be removed. But you still need session start at the top here. So instead of just typing session start, I will just copy the included thingy here for no reason, just to be consistent, right? Because I could just type session start here, but just for consistency, who knows, we may need some functions later when logging out here. So I'm just destroying the session here and going to the login page. So if I come back here and click log out, I have logged out. But if I click on profile, I'll come here to the profile page, but look what's going on now. I have errors here. It's telling me it doesn't know what info is, because truly we are not logged in. So what we need is a way to redirect the user if we are not logged in to another page. So what I'll do is I'll go to the functions.php, and in here I will just create a function that will do this for us, to check for us if somebody is logged in. If they're not, then redirect them. So I'm going to call this function check_login. I just want this to check if we're logged in. And remember that if a user is logged in, there's a session variable called info that exists. So we're just going to say if empty. So if this thing is empty, let's put 2 brackets there. If this is empty, then let's redirect the user to a different location. It's okay. So location, and that is the login.php page. And then let's die. Okay, otherwise we don't do anything. So only when this is empty we redirect the user. As simple as that. So all we need to do now is just call this function and then it will do the checking for us. Okay, very good. So now what I'll do is I'll go to the profile page, and right at the top here, so we have to make sure that the function file is included so that the function can actually run, and just say check login, just that. So let's come back, and if I try to refresh the profile page, I'm redirected to the login page. I can access all other pages but not the profile page right now. But let's try to log in and see if we can access that page now. And now we are on the profile page. As you can see, we are allowed to view it. Okay, very good. If I go to home, login and sign up, the reason it's doing that is because we don't have the session start on the home page, so it doesn't know whether we are logged in or not because sessions are not available. So if I go to the index page, let me come back here. I'm just going to copy this. In fact, just copy all of this, come back to the index page here, and then put that so that we have session start. But we also need to check if logged in is there. But for now, let me just remove this just to show you that once I add session start, it will now know whether I'm logged in or not, and there we go. But we also need the check login here because we don't want somebody to access the index page without being logged in. So home, profile, and then log out. If I try to go to home, nothing. Profile, nothing. But the sign up page I can go, but the login page or the profile page I can't unless I log in. Then now I am free to roam around. So at this point we've managed to do all this, but let's insert things like an image for the user. I want the user to have a profile image. Right now it's empty, but let's do the profile edit page so that we can edit the user when we want to. Okay, so in order for us to edit the user here, we have to put an if statement to check if in here we have the edit thing. So remember that I told you to get something from the URL here, you use the get variable. So let's go back to profile page so that I can show you what I'm talking about. So what I'll do here is that I'm going to say print readable, and I will do the get variable there, like so. So if I come back and refresh, you see that there's an array here, okay? An empty array. But watch what happens if I go to the URL and change a few things. So I'm going to put a question mark. Now, if I type something else here without a question mark and enter, it will tell me page not found because it really can't find this file I've typed here. But if I put a question mark, it will ignore everything after the question mark like this, and then send it to the get variable. So here I can put something like action is equal to edit. Okay, so action is equal to edit, and as you can see here, it has created a key inside the get variable called action, and then its value is edit, right? So all we need to do is check if action is there and it's equal to edit, and then we know that the user wants to edit. But how do we get this to show in the URL? Well, URLs are just links. So what we can do is just make a button that links to this very URL here we've created. So let's do that and I will show you what happens. So right now, if I go back to just profile page, you see the array is empty, right? Now let's add a button right here. So in fact, what I want to do, instead of a table here, I've changed my mind. Let me redesign this a little bit better. So I'll change table to div. And then in the style, what I would do is I would say display display flex, and then say justify content center. Okay, like that. And then let me see if things will work out here. So instead of table row, I will use divs here. Change that to div. Okay, this should help to make things better. And then I'll say margin auto so that it's in the center, and then say max width, I'll say 600 pixels. Okay, maybe this will look a little bit better. Okay, not what I expected because everything is now in one line. But what I want to do is, actually didn't need the display flex. Let's remove all of this. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so it's here, and let me change text align to center, and then let's see if that works. Okay, much better. This is what I really wanted. So let me just put some margin top. Let's go here. Maybe I'll just put some break tags just to save time instead of putting all this margin stuff. Let's just put break tag here and there we go. Okay, good. So now I just want a button here that says edit profile. So right after the email, down here, I'm just going to put a button, edit profile. Okay, now this is just a button, so let's put a link to it, and this link will link to the profile page, the same page we are on. So we say profile.php, but like I said, we can put a question mark and say something like action is equal to edit. Okay, good. So let's come down here and let's refresh. So now here we have a button. That's good. Let's put in the header where we have button here, let's put cursor so that we have a hand on the thing, cursor pointer. There we go. Okay, great. So if I refresh, now I can see a pointer. So watch what happens with the array here. We're on the same page, it's empty, but if I click this, you see now it has action is equal to edit because the link has added action is equal to edit in there. So this will tell us that this user wants to edit this page. So let's check for that and then change what we see on the profile. So let me go profile here. So currently everything you see here inside this div from here to there is what you should see when you're not editing. But let's put an if statement. So I'm just going to put an if here and put that like that, PHP, and say if not empty. Okay, so if it's not empty, the get variable called action, okay, and then at the same time we say and. Okay, so when we use and like this, it means both must be true. Whatever condition we put here and here must both be true for this to work. If any of them is not true, it will skip this part. So if not empty, first we check if it exists, this get action, and then we say get action is equal to edit. So if both are correct, in our case they are, action is there and it's equal to edit. Then let's put our full colon at the end and close that so that we maintain our HTML down here. And then let me push everything down here, including the form. And then down here, we'll put PHP tags and put end if semicolon. Okay. So the if statement ends here. If action is edit, excuse me, let's show something else, but we don't want to show this if we're on edit mode. We want to show something else. So we are going to put an else statement here and say else, like so, full colon. Okay. So if we're in edit mode, I'll just write edit mode here as HTML. If we are not, we'll show this. So let me show you what happens here. So now if I say refresh, you see it says edit mode, But if I go back to profile, it shows this, and this array is empty. It doesn't say edit mode. If I click, we are in edit mode. Very good. So now what we need to do is just create an edit form here. Now remember that the sign up page is exactly like the edit thingy. So what we'll do is we're going to copy this from the sign up page, the form and the title, and copy this, and let's come back to our profile page, and then right in edit mode here we're going to paste. Okay, so paste like this, and then bam. Okay, like that. Now instead of sign up, we'll change this to edit profile. Simple and straightforward. And then here we'll put save as a button. Let's duplicate this button and say cancel. Okay, so we can have a cancel button, but because we're inside a form, we don't want the cancel button to save, so we change its type to just a button instead of a submit button. If you don't show the type, it becomes a submit button, but type will not do anything here. Instead, we can put a link to link us just back to the profile.php page. And let's remove this and put it like that, so it's inside the link itself. So we have username, required email, and password. Okay, so let me go back here and let's go profile and click edit profile, and this is what we see. So we have a place to put our username, email, and change our password as well. So we have save and cancel. If I click cancel, I come back here, click edit profile. I'm editing my profile. Simple and straightforward. Okay, so good. Now we just need to add an image here, so we can add the image also. Okay, good. So what I'll do is I'll go to the inputs here and put one more input at the top, and this one will be of type file, and I will name it image, like so. Okay, pretty good, and put a break tag as well. So I may put image like that, so that we know it's a user image. Refresh, and there we go. So image, browse, no file selected, and all that. But now our form must change because we are uploading images. You would need to change the encoding type. So we'll say enc type and say multi-part / form data. Okay, so you need to put this, otherwise you won't be able to upload your images. So now remember that here we're going to have two forms. There's a form for editing, and there's also a form for posting. So we need to differentiate between the two, which one was posted. And we can easily do that by just checking if there's a username in the posting, then we are editing our profile. We can just take a guess. Or what you can do is you can put an input and then put a type of hidden input, and then just give it a value and say profile edit, maybe, if you want, and then give it a name here and say action, so that you can check if the action is a profile edit, and that's good. So this won't show in here. It won't show here. However, I don't like doing this, because if I inspect the element here, or I right click and say view page source, I can easily just edit this out, right? I can change this value. So I'm giving the user too much power to do that. So this is not very secure. All I would rather do is just check if the right things have been sent, and then I use that instead. Okay. Very good. So now we can add an image and stuff, and let's put required here as well. So let's try to post and say save. Please select a file. Okay, so you need a file there to add, and that is good. So now the thing is this. when we submit, we will get a post thingy here. So what I'll do is I'll go to the sign up because we already did this. So I'll copy everything in the sign up, copy, come back to profile, and right about here, paste like so. Okay, so I want to check if something was posted, but I only want this to run if and not empty, right? I check not empty, post variable, username. So if this is not empty, the username thingy, then this is for saving profile. So we say profile edit. Okay, so I can use that to know which, then we can create another one here for posts, and we can check for post. If a post is there, then we run something else. So here we are running this one with username. So you can do all kinds of checks to make sure things are good. And then we have date. We're not going to be editing the date this time. The password, of course, email and username. But this time we have an image. Now, remember that I told you images and files are not saved in post. So let me show you this. If I do print readable and do post like that, then I'll say die. The reason I say die is I don't want the rest of this to run. I just want it to end there. So what I'll do is I'll select a file, I click there, and my profile is Ed Sheeran here. And oh, there's a slight problem. We don't have the old data here that we are editing. So let's put that there. So this is simple to do. Let's go. Remember that everything is inside the session data, right? That's where it is. So what I'll do is I'll say value and then put some PHP tags and then echo. So we have to echo, very important, session info, right? And then the particular item, let's say in this case username, and close that and close the tag. So there's username, there's email, and then there's password. So email and password here. Okay, so we are getting the stuff in the session and just jamming it in there, like so. So if I now refresh, you'll see it shows me the info of the user that's currently logged in. So password, email, that way we can edit these things. And then the image as well, but we don't have an image yet, okay? So what we will do is we will get, let me go to the profile itself. This is the profile, right? There's this part where we are showing an image. So I'm just going to copy that and put it right about here. Okay. Maybe let me reduce it to 100 pixels and then let me do margin, so it's in the center, margin auto, and then say display block. Okay, good. So back here and let's refresh. It didn't work taking it to the center. Oh, that's because there's a comma there. Sorry about that. And there we go. Okay, so if there was an image, it would be here. And in order to ensure that it would be there, I'll get this value from there, and then I will put it here in the source, right? Paste that, and this is inside image. Okay, good. That's the source of the image. I'll do exactly the same thing on the profile itself and change that to image like that. All right, so things are moving in the right direction. Now, if I click browse to add an image and then save, everything should save. But right now, I just want you to see that if I save, you see in the post variable, there's no image there. However, let's go up here again, back to post. However, if we show what's inside files, like this, okay, files, you will see that there's something in there. Look at that. So files is an array that contains an image if you post an image, that is. So image is equal to array, and this array has, so there's an image. Now I want you to see this better. So what I'll do is I'll echo some pre-tags like so. Good. So once I do that, the array will look better, and there we go. This is how it looks better. So as you can see, there's an array, and inside this array there's another array. So this array inside is called image because that's the name we gave our input. It's image. And then in here it contains a few things. First of all, the name of the file we've uploaded, the full path of that file, the type of file, it's an image JPEG. Then there's a temp name. Okay, this is where the image is uploaded to before we get it. And then there's an error here, and then there's a size issue. So if, for example, you want to limit the upload, you can check here, this is the number of bytes of this image, and then you can tell the user, no, this file is too large to be uploaded. But we won't worry about that for now. Now, one thing we must change is this to allow, because I know some of your images you try to upload will be large files and you will get errors in that situation. So go to your XAMPP control panel or whatever server control panel is, and then click on one of these config and get the php.ini file. Now, if you don't have that button, just go to where you installed XAMPP and check there's a PHP folder in there, and then look for php.ini. And this is the file that tells PHP how to behave. So we are looking for two things. The first thing we are looking for is the configuration called post max size. So let's search for that. And then we got it here, right? Post max size. So put a high number here, depending on the files you'll be uploading. Maybe they're 10 megabytes, 20 megabytes. Mine is 1024 megabytes, which is 1 GB. Okay, and then there's another one called upload max. Let's find it. Upload max file size. So also put a valuable number here to make sure that you are able to download large files, and then save this file. But it's a good idea to make a copy before you save it, and then stop Apache and start it again so it can use the new configuration. So that will help you if it's refusing to upload large files. Okay, so with that in mind, we can now just tell this thing to copy the file from here, from the temp name, to any location that we want, okay, as long as the error is 0. So we're not going to do a lot of error checking here for now, because this is just a basic tutorial. So there's a lot we can do. The first thing we can do to know that there's an image is to check. We'll say if files image like this, and then image, and then name like this. So I'm going into the files image, then name, location. So this is an array within an array. So that's how we access an array within an array. We go first to this one, which is image, and then because there's another array in here, we go to the name. So if this is not empty, then the file has been uploaded, right? And then let's just confirm that the type is correct and there's no error. So what we would do, otherwise we just ignore it. So if we say if not empty, so I'm going to say not empty like this, and then I'm going to close everything here. So make sure there are 2 brackets here to match this one and that one. If this is not empty, then a file was uploaded. So we'll say file was uploaded. But of course, we always expect a file to be uploaded here because it's a required field. But I think we should change that. So let me go down here and remove the required on the image. Where is it? Okay, this one here, because sometimes the user doesn't want to change the image, they just want to change their name and other params. So file was uploaded. Now if a file was uploaded, all we need to do is move it. We'll say move uploaded file, and we'll get the file name, which is the original, and the original, as you can see, is in the temp folder. Like I said, it's tmp_name. So I know this because it's right there. temp name. So it's a temporary place where things are uploaded to first. And then we have a variable here we can create called destination. Where do we want to take this file? So the first thing we want to do is create a folder, because we don't want our images to be just in the open in there. So let me do something and say folder is equal to, I'm going to call the folder uploads and put a slash at the end like so. And then I'll check if file exists. So this is how you can check if a particular file exists. You put the path of the file in here. But in this case, we want to check our folder. It works exactly the same way with folders. I'll do this. If file exists, now we only care if the folder does not exist, so we put a not there to negate this. So if the folder does not exist, let's create it. So to create a folder, you say mkdir like this, and let's put the folder path in there like so. Now we need permission to access this folder, to write to this folder. So to give it proper permission, you say 0777 and put true there. So just follow this process like this. I explain what this does in other videos. But just know that by the time we are here, we will know for sure that a folder exists and we can write to it. So let's create the destination where this file will go. So we'll put this and say destination is equal to, of course it should go in the folder first. Then let's concatenate to that, and let's put the actual file name that was sent. So I'm just going to copy that and put it here. Now remember there's a slash here. So there's folder slash the file. And I just want the original file name, which is this one right there. Very nice. Okay, let me remove this pre-tag thingy. But I only want us to move the file if there are no errors. So if this is not empty, let's check and as well here. The error is equal to 0. Okay, good. And also we need to know if an image was added or not. So we're going to create a variable called image added for no particular reason to name it that. We're going to set this to false. Okay, then once we know that an image exists and we've moved it, which means we've uploaded it, we say image uploaded and change it to true. This is where Booleans shine, because now you can check to see, okay, image added, no. Image was added, yes. The reason I want to know if the image was added is because the query must include the image only if I added it there. Otherwise, it will be pointless. So destination will contain where the image has been uploaded to at this point. Okay, so we have all these things and we have our image. So instead of destination, maybe let me change it to image. That way it's easier to put it here in the query. So now we need to write a new query. The query won't look like this because we are not inserting. Instead, we are updating. So query will be like this. Update users. So this is how you write. You say update and then you write the table name. And then you say set like this. And then you give it all the columns you need to update. In our case, let's say if you're only updating the username, you say username is equal to, and then you put the variable that you want to add there, like so, username. And that's it. No, that's not it. You need to tell it which row you want to update, which ID, what ID is that row. So we'll say where the ID, which is the column name you are trying. Now you don't always need to use ID. You can, let's go here, you see what I'm talking about. So we have many columns, but the ID is always unique. We know this. So this is why we're using the ID. But you can also say where the email is equal to email, okay? The email could be a unique or not, right? Now, if you want to learn how to make sure that there are no duplicate emails in this table, I have other tutorials you can check on. It's called form validation. So find that tutorial and see how to validate to make sure that there are no repeated emails and stuff. Okay, but this is a basic tutorial, so that's why I'm not doing that. But we know the ID will be unique, so let's use that ID to specify where we want to save. So first of all, let's give it a value. As we have given these values here, let's also add ID here because now we need it. Now remember that the ID will always be in the session variable because that's the current user that's logged in and they're editing their profile. Okay. So inside session info and ID are inside the array. So we have that ID there now. So is equal to, and let's say ID. And we'll say limit 1. It's not necessary, but at least we make sure we only edit one row. So ID also, it's good practice to put quotes, even though it's a number. Now it's not just the username we're editing many columns. So we put a comma and then we put the next column there. So I'm just going to copy this and duplicate it. So we will duplicate this to fit as many as needed. So there's username, and let me edit this one to email. Okay, and then we are also replacing the password here. So there's username, email, password, and then there's ID there. But sometimes we will need to update the image, so I'll put image there as well. Now I say sometimes because we need to check first of all if the image was updated, then we update it. Okay, good. So what I'll do here is I'll put an if statement. I'll say if image added is equal to true, like that. Okay. If an image was added, then we do this, and then we say else. If the image was not added, let's add a different query. Okay, so the query will look different, and the only difference is that this one won't have image. And make sure there's no comma at the end before the where clause here, otherwise the query will not make sense. Okay, so the only difference between the two is one is missing the image update, the other one is not. And then we run a result here and then redirect to just the profile page, like that. Okay, good. So in this case, we have done everything we needed. Excuse me. Okay, I'm forgetting something, but I can't remember what it is. Something I'm forgetting. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's save this and see if it's going to work. I'll remember it if I see it. Okay, so if I now refresh and resend, oh yes, now I remember what I'm forgetting. What I'm forgetting is that let's go into the table itself and click browse. You'll see that now we've saved an image here, and it's the path of the image, uploads/45, whatever that number is. And then if you check in your project, you have a new folder now, which is called uploads, and in there's an actual file. The only thing we didn't do here is that we did not update the session. That's what I was missing here. We need to update the session info, okay, with the new information we have. So what I'm going to do is immediately we write to this, we want to read from the database again. We know our ID is this one, right? So let's read from there. So what we will do is this. Remember how we read the thing when logging in? Let's create another query and let's read and say select all from users where ID is equal to, and let's use the ID and just say limit 1, oops, like that. And then let's run this again. So I will do this, run it again. And then what we do now is we say row is equal to, we know this row exists, so no need to check if it was there, MySQLi fetch ASOC. I'll get result here and put it in there so that it can fetch the row there. Now, if I want to check before I fetch the row, I can still do using, let's go back to the login.php. We did this to check, and I can do that exact same thing. Copy this and come back here, and let's paste here. Oops. Okay, so we put if the result is greater than 0, then let's grab that and put that in there, and then let me just close this like that. Okay. Okay, but if you want, you can just put this directly in here to save lines of code like that. Okay, so this will update the session information with the new thing that you have added. So let's come back here and let's try this again. So say edit profile. I won't change the image this time, I'll just save. So I have an error in my SQL syntax. So it says you have an error in your SQL syntax near 1 limit 1. So this is not good. When it shows you, when you have an error in your query, this means SQL syntax is just saying you have an error in your query. So it's saying near, and it shows you exactly where the error is. So there's a 1 here and then there's limit 1. So this can't be right. So let's come back here and let me look at my query again. So here it's showing me, it means because I haven't added an image, it means the query that is wrong is this one where there's no image. So let me see what's wrong with it. So it says where ID is equal to 1 and then limit 1. So right here, there's a problem, but I don't see it. Password is equal to password where ID is equal to. So what I can do is echo the query here. Okay, I'll echo the query here just so I can see it and I might spot the error. So refresh and resend. And here is my query. Update users, set username is equal to that, email that, password that, where ID is equal to 1, and then limit 1. Okay, so maybe for some reason it doesn't want the word limit 1 there. So let's just remove it. But it worked the first time, I guess. So why isn't it working now? Oh, no. It actually it's not here where there's a problem. It's this query here that has a problem. So yeah, because there's a missing quote on the other side there. Okay, great. So let's redo this, resend, and there we go. So now we have a profile photo showing here, which is nice. I can click edit and you see that. I'll browse and I can add a different image. Now it's important here that because we'll have a problem here, if I save, I have a new profile image, right? The only problem is the old image still exists in my folder. So let me delete the old image. Now I have only this one, but I want this to be an automatic process. So right here, when we upload a file, so as long as we upload a new file here and add a new image, we need to delete the old one. Now remember that the old one is still saved in the session variable. So this session right there, I'll do this and say if file exists. So let's check if there's a file that exists with that name. So I'll paste that and say image, because this is where the image path is saved. So if it exists, because sometimes the image path might have been empty because maybe there was no profile image. So you say unlink. So unlink is how you delete files. So here we're going to just copy that and put it in here. So we'll unlink the file in the session, which is the user's file, and then because we have saved a new one. All right. Now, sometimes things might not work out well, right? Actually, no, let's not. I wanted to put contingency plans there, but I don't think it's important. So at this point we are good to go. Now let me try and edit this profile, add a different image, and see if the old one will be deleted. So that's the new image. And as you can see, there's still just one file in our folder. So that way we don't waste space. Okay, so we are done with editing profile. Now we can also do a delete profile, and this is going to be much easier. So as you can see here in the view, we have this segment where the action is equal to edit. We can simply duplicate this. So I'll select everything here. I'll start from the corner there, select everything, and then Ctrl+Shift+D to duplicate. Okay, so now all I need to do is change this to delete. Okay, so now we can delete the profile. So here I can ask the question, are you sure you want to delete your profile? Question mark. Okay. And then there will be a form here. So we're just going to show the user information. We'll show maybe the image. There's no need to add an image input here. And we just need to show, there's no need to show the password. And then save will change to delete button. And then the rest will be fine. We need to know the details of this profile that somebody is deleting. And then we'll change these inputs into divs, because there's no need to input anything. And then value will change to the content. So I'll do this. I'll remove value. I'll just leave that there. And then what I'll do is remove everything here up to there, and put a closing div tag, remove the bracket there, do the same thing here, and put a closing div tag. Okay, good. So I'll just go now down to the profile. This is the part where we view when we are not editing or deleting. This is user profile. Right here where there's an edit profile button, I'm just going to duplicate this button and to add a second one called delete. Delete profile, and action is equal to, and then say delete. Okay, good. So let's come back to our profile. Oh, syntax error, unexpected end of file, expecting else if. Okay, so this is my bad. When you have an if statement, you expect an end if here, but if you have another if statement, you have to put else. So it becomes else if, like I had mentioned earlier. So let's refresh. Oh, there we go. So we have delete profile. So if I click here, are you sure you want to delete your profile? And this is the profile details. Now they don't look too good. So what I'm going to do is I will put a div here to cover everything. Why isn't everything in the center anyway? So I'll copy what is here in the else statement there instead. So go to the delete and paste that. What do I do? I'll paste this here around the form and then add a closing div tag. I'll move everything over inside like that. So let's see if that looks better. Okay, so are you sure you want to delete? If I cancel, it cancels. Delete, delete. If I click delete, then something else happens. Okay, so in here for the delete, there's no hidden input, so I can put an input here because this is a form after all. We will not be uploading any images, so I can remove the encoding type here, but I can put an input of type hidden and then give it a name of action and then give it a value of delete, just so I know I am deleting here. Okay, or if I don't want to do this, I can just put an else statement up here. So let's come, oh wait, I think let me just leave it there. Okay, so here we have this where we checked for that, but I just want to duplicate this like so, and then put an else if there, like that. Okay, but I need this tab like so. Okay, so here I'm looking for action, okay, and not empty action. I'll copy that, and then we'll say and, so you can put as many ands as you want, and action is equal to delete. Okay, so if these conditions are met, it will use this way. If these are met, it will come this way. So this one is for delete your profile. So here all we need to do is run a query that deletes the profile. So the query is simple. It's just delete from users, where we just tell it which one to delete, where ID is equal to ID. Okay, limit 1. We just want to delete 1. Now, where will ID come from? Well, ID should come from the session data. So I'll copy this and let me put that above here so that it has ID by the time it's doing this. And then let's try to run the query. So I'll copy that and I will put it here. So we run that query and then we redirect the user to the logout page because we want them to log out, and the logout page will redirect them to the login page. So here we'll say logout.php. Okay, but because we are deleting this user, it's a good idea to delete their profile image as well. So we're going to copy this part where we deleted a profile image, and let's do that as well. So I'll say unlink any images they might have had if they exist, and that's it. That's how you delete the profile. So I'll come back here and refresh, and then I'll press delete, and now I've been logged out. If I try to go to profile, I'm nowhere there. Okay, if I go to the table in MySQL, I'll see that there's no record there at all. Okay, and if I go to the uploads, I'll see there's no file in that folder at all. So back to start again, let's sign up because we've deleted our profile. I'll sign up here, put an email, put a password, and then sign up. And then now I can log in and then log in. Now I don't have a profile photo. I'll click edit profile, browse an image, and add one of these, and we are back to normal, as you can see. Now the remaining thing is, let's see how we can create posts here to view. Okay, so let's add creating posts, and as you can see, the process is the same of adding things to the database and having them show here. So let's do that. So what we need now is to create a new table in our database that will hold posts. So just click new on under the database that you have here. I don't know why the settings changed to show this, but let me click here to I don't know what I did here. Navigation panel, show database as tree. Yes, that's the setting I changed for some reason. Okay, so we click here and let's click new down here to create a new table. So this one is posts, okay? And what columns do we need? Okay, so let's create a new file so we can explore this. We need an ID, primary key, as usual. Then we need the post itself, the content of the post. And then if you want to add an image, that's optional. For when posting, we can add that image. And then after that, what do we need? We need to know who posted this. So we'll say user underscore ID, so we know which ID this was. We need to know the date when this was posted. This is pretty much it. So the post, the image, who posted it, and the date it was posted, right? Great. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the wrong one. Okay, so there we go. So let's add, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. We can always add one by clicking there. So let's add an ID, and we need to know who posted this by putting user ID. We need to put the post itself. We need to know if there's an image, and we need to know the date when this happened. So here we will put date time. Here we'll put variable character and put 1024 characters. Now the post itself is not varchar, we'll use text because we don't know how long the post will be. We'll leave these as integers, but make sure that the ID has auto increment and it's a primary key. And let's save this. Okay, so we may need to read by date, so let's index that. We need to know, we read to read by user ID, so let's index that because we may want to read only posts by a specific user, which we'll be doing a lot, and that's it. Okay, good. So we have our table now, and that's good. Now let's go back to here and try to create a post. So I'll close this, I don't need it anymore. All right, so we are on our profile, right? And we want to post. Now we will need to do an else if to check if the post is there. So what I would do is I will simply, the posting process is more like the profile editing process, very similar. So I'm just going to copy this part from here, copy the else if up to there, and Control Shift D to duplicate in Sublime Text. Okay, so let's change things around. First of all, what I'm looking for here is the post variable. So if post, then we are in here. So post adding post, right? There we go. So we will need to check if there was an image added. The process is the same here, so we'll leave everything as it is and move the file. But there's nothing to delete here, so I'm just going to remove this part, okay, out. And then let's get the post. So the only thing we are getting from there is just the post, and post there from the post variable. The rest of these are not required. Even the ID is not required because we're just adding a post. Now, if there's an image, what do we do? Since we are just adding this post, we'll always need an image. So let's do this. Let's remove that. Okay. So what I would do is image path will change here, but if I say image is equal to empty, then I can remove the image added here and there. So the reason I've done this is because if we don't add an image, the variable image will still exist and it will be an empty, which is fine, okay? Then if we add an image, we'll change the value here to the link of the actual image, okay? And then post, and then the query. So we're not updating here, we are inserting. So let's do the insert query. So the query will be like this: insert into posts, not users this time, posts. And we are inserting a post. These are, it's like this, and then values, and then like that. So the columns here are, let me check to make sure that I have it right. So let's click browse and let me just copy these like that. Copy and paste, right? Let's put commas here. Okay, so we need the user ID, of course, we need the post, the image, and the date. Very cool. And then I'll just copy these guys and paste them here. And just put $signs on these. And then put inverted commas, single quotes on each one of these, like that. Okay, good. Very good. Now we need to create these variables. So first of all, the user ID, will be equal to what's saved in the session, because that's the current user's ID. So the session has info and then ID, like that. Okay, good. And let's look at image is already saved here. It will be edited here, so we are good with that. The post is saved. And what else? The date. So we already know how to create a date. We can copy from previous. Oh boy. Let's go to the sign up page. That's where we created the date. So copy that, come back to profile. And this is the posting. Yes. Let's paste it there. So what's remaining? We have user ID, we have post, we have date, we have image, and we are good to go. So we are inserting, and then what do? We run the query, and then we refresh the page. It's a good idea to refresh the page always. So I'm going to remove all of this, and we're just refreshing back to the profile page, so that if you click refresh, it won't ask you to post again. So we're doing the whole process here, checking for a folder, and everything seems fine. Okay, so back here, let's go to the profile, refresh, and let's create a post. So this is my first post. And now I will post this without an image, right? And hit post. So it has refreshed. We don't see the post here because we haven't told it to show. But let's go to browse. You see that the post was made without an image, and my user ID is 2. That's good, because if we go to users, you see that it is indeed 2. But let's add another post with an image, right? So I want to try that. And to do that, let's go down to the profile section where this is delete, edit, and this is the else, where we have the form. So of course, like I said, we have to put enc type and see multi-part form data, because we'll be uploading images. And then here I'm just going to say image, and then put an input of type file and call it image, and then put a break tag there. Okay, good. So if I refresh, this is what I get. Create a post. So browse. Let's add an image here. Okay, so we'll add any of these images really, and I'll say this is a post with an image. Okay, and then let me post. So let's check and as you can see, again, the user ID is 1. This is a post with an image, and then uploads, there's an image in there. Very good. So let's display these posts down here. Okay. So what we'll do to display posts is right here under this, we will put a HR tag to separate the two, and then I'll put a div. This one will contain posts. Okay. Then here I will put some PHP tags to read the posts, and then display them down here. So I'll put an if statement here as well, and say if not empty, I'll create a variable called posts, and I'll make sure it's not empty before I try to read from it. So here I'll say end if, and then I'm going to use a loop, because this result is going to be an array that comes from the database. It will contain all the posts by this user. So now I'm going to put an for each loop. So I'll say for each, because for each is the best loop to loop through arrays. I don't need the key, so you can still do it like this and say for each post as post. So it's posts as post. So it will do a loop, and each time the row, a single row post will be saved here, then we can use it in there. But I want to use HTML down here, so I will do this, and then duplicate that, remove this, and I'll say end for each. Okay, So if you open a for each, you have to end for each. If you open if, you have to end if. So in here, I will put my single post. So div. So what's going to happen here is that it's going to repeat as many times as there are posts and create this post, single post thingy here. So I'll add some styles so that it can do something. And first of all, display flex, right? That's what I'll do. And then here I will put a div inside here, and then I'll put a style, and this one will be flex1. Let me duplicate this div, and this one will be flex maybe 8. I don't know. In here I want to echo the post data. So this one will be inside post because that's what a single post will have, and post like that. So this is the column name. This is post, but usually I like to call this one row, just so we are clear what that is. So the row, a single row of a post, and the column is post. That's what I want to post here. Okay, good. And then in here I want to put an image. So what I'll do is I'll put an if statement to make sure that an image exists before I try to show it. So I'm just going to say if file exists, right? Let's do this, if file exists, and this will be inside the row image like that. So let me close that, do this. Okay, and then I'll end if, so I'll copy that and put it here. Oops. And move it in there like so. So only if the file exists, the image exists, do we show this. And so I will put an image tag here. Okay, the source will be this right there. And I have to put PHP tags and put echo. Now, we are doing echo a lot. It's also the same. Doing PHP echo like this is the same. There's a shortcut. You can just put an echo sign like that and paste. Okay, there we go. And I want this image to have some styles. Oops. And the style will be width. Oh wait, I didn't need display flex actually here. So I'll remove this display flex. Sorry about this, I didn't actually need it. Neither did I need this. Because I want this top and this bottom, so no need for flex. Flex will make them side to side. So instead here what I'll do is, let me remove that. So width will be 100%, and then height will be, let's try, I don't know, 200 pixels. And then let's say object fit, and let's use cover so that it fit nicely. Okay, so all this should show nicely here, but then we need, wait, this is a div here. Oh, anyway, you only see this when it's done, I guess. I want to put this whole thing in a div. So there's a div here, but I want to put both this div and this div in another div. So closing div there, and let me move things like that. That way I can put the user information on the side. Okay, so the style, the display flex can be on this. All right, then I will put user information here. So I just want to put the user image. So I'll copy what's here and paste it there. But width here will be 100 pixels and height will be 100 pixels. So this will be the user information, right, of whoever posted this. But let's leave it for now like this. And then there's a style on each one of these to show how much flex to do. So style flex, I'll just put 1 and 8 on this one. I want this one to have a larger space than the other. Anyway, I've been typing a lot here, so I want to show you how this looks like as quickly as possible. So here I'll put a query, and in the query I just say select all from posts where, okay, I want only posts that made by this particular user that's logged in. So I'll put an ID here and get that ID from session info, oops, ID, like this. Okay, so where the user ID is equal to this ID here. We won't put limit 1 because we want to get all the results that come from this. So here then I'm going to say result is equal to MySQL I fetch, oh no, wait, query, sorry about that. And then let's put the connection and let's put the query. And then we check if there are any results. In fact, we don't even need to check. We just set it to posts and say posts. Oh wait, we need to check. So say if MySQLi num rows of that result, if that is greater than 0, then let's set posts is equal to MySQLi. Now when fetching these results, we'll say because we're not expecting one result as we did previously, okay? So actually I don't need to check for this. What I'll do is this. I'm going to, this is a little bit complex, a bit different, so I'll do this. So we have our result there, and the num rows will check here. So I'll paste that. Let's do it here. So what I'm checking is if num rows result is greater than 0, that's the if statement now, then instead of a for each loop, what we would do is we're going to use a while loop. So we say while, okay, it's better to use that here. So we're going to say while row is equal to MySQLi fetch a sock. And then let's put result. Okay. I'm missing one bracket at the end here. There we go. So what will happen is this is how we loop through the MySQL fetch process, because we're having many records and we're just not getting one. And then instead of end for each, because we don't really have a for each anymore, I'll just put that bracket here, and I will put, oh, sorry, I will put end while here. Sorry about that. End while, and put a semicolon. Okay, so there we go. And loops. Let's see if this will actually work. Let me refresh. And there we go. This is what I really wanted, actually. So we have a post, and the content of the post down here. So there's an image of the post, there's a text of the post, and here there's supposed to be the user image and the username down here. But let's change things a little bit. I just want to add padding on this so it looks better. So what I'll do is, this is the image right here, and I'll just add actually margin around it and say 10 pixels. Okay, so let's refresh. Okay, so this is a post without an image. This is a post with an image, but then this should be the user's profile photo. So we need to collect the user information of that particular post at that time. So what we will do is, right while we're in this loop right here, I'll put some PHP tags, and in here I want to get the user information, because if we're, let's imagine we're showing posts of different users, right? We need to get the user information of that particular post. And we know we can get the information by checking the ID of the post. Remember that. Let's go to post. This is post table. There is a user ID here. So we just get this ID and then go to the users table and check who has this ID and get their user name. Once we get that and the image, then we can show those. Okay, good. So what we'll do is we'll do this and say, let's create another query here. Now we can reuse query because it's already been used one time, and once we get the result, we have no need for it. So even if we override it here, it won't affect our loop. So we'll say query is equal to select. Now we just want specific columns. I just want the username, comma, the image, okay, from users, so we can limit the amount of data we are getting, where the ID, because in the users table it's ID, is equal to, and we'll create a variable called user underscore ID. We just want one result, so we'll say limit 1. And after that, I can run this right there, copy and paste. Now we can't use result because we are using it here through the loop. If we do use it here, then we're going to override what's here. So here we'll call it maybe result 2, so that there's no confusion between the two. And then we run this. We're using the same connection, this query there. And if there's a result, in this case, if there's a result, we will do, what do we do? There should be a result because the user must exist. So we're going to say user, we'll call it user data, this row. Okay, or we'll say user row is equal to MySQLi fetch assoc, okay, from result 2, like this. Okay, so this now will contain a single row of the user information. So now it means in this image, I can instead of saying row, I'll use user row because that's what contains the user information there. So let's see if that helps us. So I'm going to refresh, and it doesn't know the variable user ID on line 197. So let's check that. Line 197 is this one. So it doesn't know what user ID is, and that's my bad. I didn't tell it. So I'll get this ID here. That's the user ID right there. So just to be sure, we'll put it here and write user ID like that. Oh, actually, it's not that user ID. We're getting the user ID from a specific post. So I'll get it from row there, like this. Row ID. No, not ID actually, user ID. Because inside the post row, there's a column called user ID, which contains the ID of the user of that particular post. This is why we're reading this from within the loop, so that we get the user information of each user from that specific post. So let's refresh, and there we go. Okay, so we see there, we can also put their name below here. Let's put that below the image. So I'm going to put a break tag and then put their name. So the name here, I just need to echo this part like that, and then put username. So remember that we only got two things, the image and the username here. We didn't put a star, we put 2 columns. So if you want more information, just put a star maybe, or add the column there. So refresh, and there we go. Now I want the text to be, I'll say text align center, like this. Okay, so you can design these posts as you wish, and maybe what I would do is this entire post thing, I'll add a border. So say border solid, what have I done, thin, and put a color like AAA, and then border radius, so that there's a slight of 10 pixels, and then put a margin on the bottom of 10 pixels. Okay, so rounded corners, And there we go. Let's put another one at the top of 10 pixels. So I'm going to duplicate this margin and then put that at the top like so. Okay, good. And let's refresh. So we have a post here, another post, and so on. And we know who posted this. So if I add another post here, say another post without image and post, you see it shows here another post with that. Now I want the newest image to show at the top, the newest post to show at the top. Actually, what I would do here on the image, I'm going to say border radius so that it's rounded. Border radius 50%. That will look much better. So this will make the post have like a rounded thingy like so. Now I want to change to make sure that when I'm reading the post here, select all from post where user ID is equal to user ID, and then I'll tell it how to order these posts. I'll say order by the ID. Now the original is ascending, which is right now will look exactly the same. But then I can put descending order, which means the latest post will be at the very top. If you want to limit how many posts are seen here, you can say limit 10. That way you only have 10 posts there at any time. Okay, very good. So let's add a post with image. Let's browse an image and let's add maybe Beyonce here and post. So now you can see there's that post, 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 post. Okay. Also, I want the post to have a background color of white, just so it looks different to the rest. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, good. Now we have posts here, which is awesome. So of course we will need to be able to delete and edit these posts. And also, if we go to the profile and we delete a profile, so we've deleted a profile here, right? Let's delete profile. Wait, where is this? If we go to the top here where it says delete, we have to be more specific when it comes to delete and edit. Okay, so what we'll do, delete your profile. We deleted the image of the user, but we should also delete the posts of the user. So I'm just going to say query here, sorry, query is equal to delete from posts where user ID is equal to, I'll put an ID there, like so. Okay, so this is the user ID, of course, and that will also be the user ID in the posts table. And so we can run this query by just copying that and pasting there. So we made sure that the posts for a deleted profile do not exist anymore. Now you can make a loop and delete or select all posts and delete all the images from those posts as well, but we won't do that for the sake of time. Okay, good. And also I want to change this action. Instead of just saying delete, no, I'll leave it there. We'll do the post delete differently. So there we go. And now what we want to do is I want to go to the home page. This is the index page. On the home page, I just want to show all posts from all users. So all I'm going to do is go to the home page and then copy what's on profile. So I'm just going to go down here where there's the else. You see this else here in the view part. It says user profile. We show the user profile. But here there's create post. And then there's this part where we show the posts themselves. So I can change this div. If I select this div, I see it ends there. I can change this to posts and that as well posts, just so I know this is not just a normal div, it's a posts tag. So there's no need to do that, but it seems appropriate. So I'm just going to copy all of these, copy. go to the index page, and right in the middle of this, I will paste this posts tag like so. Okay, so I'm just reading from the from the database the posts of this user. So refresh, and this is what I get. But I want to limit the size here, so I'm just going to put a style and say max width of this will be 600 pixels, and then margin auto, so it's on the center. So let's see this again. Okay, what has happened? Max width 600 pixels. This should work, but doesn't seem to be working. Why? Okay, maybe let me change this posts tag back to div. I don't know, maybe that's the problem. That could have been a mistake. Yes, that was the problem. Sorry about that. So this should show all posts from everyone. So what I'll do is right inside this div, I will put an h3 tag and call this one the timeline. Okay, and then style, text align, center. Okay, so here if I refresh, this shows me the timeline. So that timeline, my posts. Now I want to show you that we'll see posts from everyone here regardless. Oh, we didn't put a date on when this post was created. So I'll put a date on this thing. It's easy to do because we already have this information. So right above the image, which is right this one, either the image or the post, or right above the post maybe. Oh, where do we put this? Right above the post, I think will be much better. So what I'll do is I'll duplicate this and then put this inside a div and close that div there. And then here I'll put date. Okay, and then put a style, and then color, just make it fainter. So color will be maybe 888, like that. Okay, so that will show the date. So I'll refresh, and you see that's the date right there. But this is not a very good looking date. So what we would do is let's alter it a bit. I'll change this to an equal sign so it's simpler, but then I'll do date like this. Unfortunately, not enough time to explain what the date function will do in this case, but all we are doing is restructuring the date based on the actual date here. So I'll put a small letter J, capital S, and then put a month, M, comma, and put a year. So I've put a space. So this is the year, the month, and the day. So it's just to make it more human readable. Okay, so, but I need to put this in brackets, and then here put a function called string to time, like that. strto time. Okay, so this will make it more human readable. January 5th, 2022. Okay, good. So I'll copy this and do the same on the profile page. So right above the post thingy there, I'll paste it. Then go back to the index page, and I want this page to show not only posts from one user, so I'll remove this. So I'm on the index page, and then I'll remove the where clause. So I just wanted to select all from posts and just order by descending and limit to 10 posts. And I'll refresh. So I have an error in my SQL tag, so it's because I removed the table. So select all from users and refresh. Okay, so undefined array key user ID on line 32. So let's start with that one. Where is line 32? It's right here. So it's telling me it doesn't know user ID. Why? So here I'm supposed to select from posts. That's my bad. I was getting from the wrong table. So I'm looking for users instead of posts. And there we go. So to show you that this timeline is actually working, let me sign up as somebody else and make a post, and you will see it. So let me log out. Let me click sign up, and I'll sign up as John this time, and then John, and then say john@email.com, and then put a password there, password, okay, and then sign up. Now I can log in as john@email.com and put my password there, password, and log in. So now I am John. I'll edit my profile, browse, and add Ed Sheeran this time, save. That's John's profile, and say this is a post from John, and save. So now I have a post there. Look at that. Now if I add another post with an image, let's say this one, and then a post with an image, and save. There we go. Now if I forgot one thing when making a post, let's go to profile, and when saving a post we have to make sure that the image is a JPEG, okay? So here when adding an image, if not empty that, and then we say the error is 0, let's add another if statement. Let's duplicate that and say and type, because it gives us a type and tells us what the type is. The type should be image/JPEG, like that. Okay, that's important. So I'll copy this, and we'll do the same for the profile edit, which loads an image as well. I'll do that there, just so we have less confusion. Now if I click to go to the home page, you see that there's a post by John and there's also posts by another user. So that's how it is. Let me zoom out. Okay, there we go. So posts there, but my profile only contains my posts. Okay, very good. And now the final thing is to edit and delete posts. So once we do that, we are good to go. So since we do that on the profile, let's just put an if statement as intended. Okay, so we'll put an edit and delete button on each post. So let's go to the profile, and down here where we have a post, we already have edit and delete buttons for our profile. So I will copy those. There's wait, delete, cancel, no. These ones here. So copy those two, and let's go to our post, and the post content ends here. So I'll just put 2 break tags there, and then paste these guys in there. Okay, so even editing is done on the profile, same. So action is equal to edit. Now it's just not edit, so we just say post. I'll just put post at the beginning of this and underscore. So there's post edit and post delete. Okay, now we need to know which post we are editing and deleting, because there are many posts on this same page. So at the end here, I'll add another variable using an and say ID is equal to, and I need to put an ID that's specific to this post. So I will copy this here and put it in there like so. Now, like I said, we can replace PHP echo with an equal sign to make things shorter, and then instead of post, we want an ID of this post. So ID there and ID there. Okay, cool. So instead of edit with profile, we'll remove this. We just say edit and delete. Great. So let's refresh. Okay, so we have edit and delete. So it's up to you how you want to display the final thing, but we shouldn't see this on the home page. No edit and delete. We should do that only on the profile. So edit, delete. Nice. Let's put a break tag here after these guys as well, just for making it nicer. That didn't seem to do much for. Let's put 2 break tags. Okay, much better. So edit, delete, edit, delete. Now, Since this is the user profile, it means edit and delete will only show on their own posts. Okay, so this is good. So now if we click edit, if I click edit, it loads this. Action is equal to post edit, ID is 6. Okay, so it's telling me I want to edit that particular thing. So let's make sure that it happens. So I'll click edit here, and it should show me the post edit thingy. So for me to see that, we have these if statements. There's an else here. There's this part that shows the delete, but let's duplicate this one that shows the edit. So I'm just going to duplicate it here like so. Make sure there's else if on the second one, and then this one should be post underscore edit. Okay, and then what I want to see in the post edit is just this form for create a post. That's all. So let's copy that form there, and let's paste it right here. All right then, so we'll change the create to edit a post. Okay, so there's an image, everything is good. Let's put a hidden field here just to make things easier. And this one is of type hidden, and the name is action, and then the value is post underscore edit. That's where we can know we are editing a post here. Okay, so we save that, and let me come back and let's refresh. You see that now it's asking me to edit. Now, if there's an image, I should display it. So what I'll do is I'll go to the post itself, down here where I'm showing the image here, not the image for the user's image, but this one right here. So I'm just going to copy that and come up here to where we are editing the post, edit a post, and I will put it right here. Put a break tag at the end. Okay. Refresh. Okay. So now we need to have read the information here. So let's do that right about here. I'll put PHP tags so we can read the information. So post edit, wait a minute. The edit, we need the ID as well. So I'll duplicate this. So post edit, and we need an ID as well. Now we don't know what the ID will be because each ID is different. We just check to see that it's not empty. Okay, let's put another bracket there. So we are checking to see if action is not empty and action is equal to post edit, and also there is an ID existing. So let's grab the ID first. So the ID will be equal to this value here. Let's put it there. To make sure it's an integer, we'll put int at the beginning like this to cast it as an integer. So if someone types in something else, then some text, it will be converted to an integer. Then let's put a query. We want to read and select this post. So we say select all from posts where ID is equal to, and we have an ID there, limit 1. Then let's run this query. So I don't want to keep pasting this stuff, so I'll copy that. Oh, I mean to keep typing this stuff, so that's the result. And we should only show this part if there was a result actually. So here I'll put a PHP tag and say if MySQLi num rows result is greater than 0, then we're going to show this. Okay, let's put PHP and if like that. Okay, all right, so we have this only if there's a result. So let's refresh and see. It's still there, which means there was a result. And then now we can get the contents of that result and use them here. So let's put another PHP tag, sorry about this, and say row is equal to MySQLi fetch assoc result. So row now contains the information for this post. So now row image will show, and then there's a text area here. So we want to see the information there as well. We'll do that and put the post information, because that's the name of the column that has the post information, and that's it. So I'm going to refresh, and there you see, and there's text there and there's post. So instead of post, we should have save, and then there should be a back key, which is just the same as this one on this other side. We can cancel. So let me move that here. So this way we have edit. If I refresh, I have cancel. So I can edit this post, which has no image, cancel, or edit this one with an image. Very good. Now the thing is, I need to know, oh, I will know the ID here anyway, so the ID is in there. So now if I click save, this should save. So it should be post edit. I forgot a T there. All right. So while we are already at this, let's do the delete as well. So I'm just going to duplicate this and put an else on this one, and then I will copy everything from here and paste it here. Okay, move that here. All right, so I'll get this. The only thing is this one will be post delete. Everything else is the same, but we don't need to show this image thingy here, the image input. The text area can be replaced by an actual div. Okay, so no need for a name, no need for rows. And then hidden can be post delete, like this. Okay, very good. So let's go back and let me cancel this. And if I click delete, this is what I get. So instead of edit post for delete, this is the delete section. We'll say, are you sure you want to delete this post? Like that. Okay, question mark. So let's see here. I refresh. Are you sure you want to delete this post? This should be big, so I'll put H3 at least. So then I can cancel, delete. So instead of save, this button should read delete. Okay, very good. So at least now we have a way to delete. Let me click delete, delete, cancel, or edit. Edit, there we go. So now we just need to save, and that will be the end of it. Okay, so cancel and back. Now let's go up here to when we post. Okay, so there's a lot of code here now, but do not worry about it. So here we are looking for, this is for the deleting of the, what's this? The profile, but we can use exactly the same information to do a delete on the post. There's also an edit. This is profile edit. We can use the similar thing to edit the post, right? So what I would do is I want to duplicate everything here. from there, this whole thing, two things, the profile edit and the profile delete. So I'll copy those guys and just paste them at the top here. And then from the top here, I will make sure I put else down here. Okay. So here what we're looking for, the saver post, but we also want to look for, instead of username here, we look for a hidden field called action. And then action, let's put another and at the end, and action should be equal to post underscore edit. So same thing here we do, we look for action, and action should be equal to post underscore delete. Okay, so instead of profile here, this becomes a post, post edit here as well. Okay, very good. So hopefully it's not too confusing at this point. No problem. Okay, there we go. So now what I want to do is delete your post. So we get the ID from the ID in the get variable. So it's important as well to make sure that the ID exists. So what we can do is, here you say get ID, because there should be an ID in the get variable, and I click something like edit, right? This ID is equal to 6. So it's in here. Now there's a way to make sure that if it doesn't exist, so we say ID is equal to get ID. If it doesn't exist, you put 2 question marks like this, and then you set the ID to 0 as a default value in case it does not exist. This will make sure that we know there's no post with ID 0, so this will make sure that none is deleted in case the ID was not found. And then we query this and say delete from users. No, we are deleting from posts, where ID is equal to ID. Now we need to make sure that the one who is deleting this post owns the post, because otherwise, if you think about it, if I know my post, my friend's post ID is 20, I can just type 20 in here and open this link, and it will delete that post whether it's mine or not. So we need to make sure that the user ID also suits. So we're going to say user ID should be equal to the ID of the user that is currently logged in, to make sure you can only delete your own posts. So we do that. So delete from post where ID is equal to ID, and user ID column should also match the current user underscore ID like this. So very important there. And then if there's a file image in there, delete it as well. So we are deleting the image of the post as well. Now instead of the session post, we are going to delete from wait. So the thing is, we need to read the post before we delete it, so that we can delete the image from there if it exists as well. Now what you need to do there to delete the post from the let's do this. Let's create a query first and say select all from posts, and then the where clause will be exactly like this. So copy that and paste it here. Okay, good. And then I want to run the result here. So I'm reading, not deleting yet. And then I'll say if my SQL query, my SQL I numRows result is greater than 0. So if I do find it, then I'll do the unlinking from in here, just to make sure it exists. Okay. So here I'm just going to say row is equal to MySQLi fetch assoc result like that. And so now this row contains the row of the post I want to delete. So I'm going to change this to row image. And if there's an image, delete it, and then delete the actual delete from posts. Wait, why do I have two of these? This is not cool. I copied two of these, so remove that. So delete from posts where ID, blah, blah, blah. And then instead of going to the logout, we just go back to the profile.php page. Okay, great. That's how you delete your post. But we'll see that in action. But let's go to the edit version. So the edit will add an image. And this is all good, but we need to read the post first so we can delete the image if it exists. So I'm just going to copy, I will copy this. Let's get the ID. Sorry, here, I'll copy these guys and put them here. Also, I will copy this process right there of deleting the image. And I will put that in here to make sure that only when we replace the image do we delete the image. So I'll replace this part with this. Okay, so let's move that. So we query and select using the ID, and then if there's a result, we get that, and then we unlink that file that is in there. Okay. And then we save. So saving here, instead of username, we only need the post. We don't need the email. We already have the image. We don't need the password. ID. Wait, this was the post ID, right? This is the user ID. So let's remove that. Okay, great. And we need this if statement if the image was added. So here we are changing this to posts, and then instead of username we are just post, that's the column we want to change, and image, just those two. So I'm going to remove all of this except for the comma image. Same thing here, no image there, so we're just editing the post. Now, instead of just ID is equal to ID, we will need the user ID to be identical as well. So, and user ID is equal to user ID. That way we make sure we only edit our own post, and then save that. Then select from users. What am I trying to do? This is not necessary because this is not a profile. So remove that, and we are done. So let's do some tests and see if things did go well. So to edit this, I'll just put a 2 at the end. So a post with an image 2, and then save. So as you can see, it has edited. Let's edit this and add a new image. Okay, so instead of that girl, we'll put the same girl but a different version. And as you can see, it has changed. Okay, so if I want to delete this one that doesn't have an image, or delete this one with an image, I will delete, and it's gone. So if I check in the uploads folder, that image is no longer there. Okay, so things are working as intended. So everything working fine. One last thing I forgot to show you is that let's say you put a post with return keys. So I'll put a line here, another line there, and another line here. So you see there are break tags in between, or there are new lines in between. So if I post this, you will notice that it doesn't show those new lines. It's just one single line. So let's fix that real quickly. So I'm going to go to my profile, down where there's where I'm echoing the post. So right to the else, and this is the part right here. So I can put this in my search so I easily find it. So here, instead of just echoing the row, there's a function called new line to break like that. So it's NL2BR like that. So once you add that, it changes the new line symbol to a break tag which HTML can understand. So refresh and you can see that now. Also, keep in mind, if I edit my post and then add some script tags like this, okay, this is now JavaScript. So if I put an alert here, I can hack this system, say hacked, like that. Okay, now if I save, you see that it runs this. Every time I refresh the page, it runs the JavaScript, which is not cool, and it doesn't even show it here. So if I put some malicious code as JavaScript, it can ruin my website. So to fix this, luckily there's a fix. You just put a function called HTML special chars like that. So you wrap the post variable in that function, and then the result of that, you put the new break line thingy here. So let's see that in action. If I now refresh, you see that the script tag now shows as normal text. It's harmless at this point. So let's copy this as well. I explain these things in my security videos. So let's copy that and do the same on the index page right there, because there are posts there as well, and save. That way, if I go to the home page, it doesn't freak out as well there. All right. So I hope you have learned something from all of this. And of course, the code is available in the description. You can check it out to see how things are working here. And if you want to learn more, just check out my other tutorials on my channel, and you will learn more on how to do things.